his team for his independent sentencing review. This has informed many measures in this bill. I want to thank another former Lord Chancellor too, the now Home Secretary, for all her work in getting us to this point. I also want to thank the many noble lords who've engaged with me on this bill. The input I've received has been of great value and generally very positive as we take this legislation forward. And of course, I want to pay tribute to our incredible prison and probation staff who have worked, often unseen and underappreciated, through an incredibly difficult time. I see and appreciate what they do every day, and I'm proud to call every one of them a colleague. And I also want to pay tribute to the noble Baroness Newlove, whose sad passing I learned of today. As both Victims Commissioner and Deputy Speaker of the House of Lords, Baroness Newlove brought unparalleled experience and dedication to her roles. She championed the rights of victims and witnesses and held agencies to account. Her leadership shaped the Victims Code, strengthened victims' voices in the criminal justice system, and ensured that the Victims and Prisoners Act progressed with victims' interests at its heart. She was an extraordinary public servant who I was fortunate to know well and admired immensely, whose life's work and legacy are defined by courage, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to justice. My Lords, before I turn to specific measures in this bill, it is important to understand the context of why it is needed. When the new government came to power in July last year, we inherited a crisis in our prisons and probation service. We were days away from running out of places entirely, days away from the police having to prioritise which criminals to arrest, the courts having to make impossible decisions, and the criminal justice system buckling under insurmountable pressure. Days away from our criminal justice system failing to deliver the one thing it was for, delivering justice. We took urgent steps to prevent that catastrophe, and we've embarked on the biggest prison building programme since the Victorian era, delivering 14,000 new places by 2031. But if we don't take further action, it is only a matter of time before we'll be back here again. In a few months, we will again be facing prisons on the brink and having to take emergency measures, and again asking, how did we get here? My Lords, that's why this bill is vital. It doesn't kick the can further down the road, and it doesn't shy away from making tough decisions to keep the public safe. Instead, it will end the cycle of crisis once and for all. It will build a justice system that victims can have confidence in, and it will bring stability and sustainability to our prisons and our justice system. More than that, it will restore purpose to sentencing. It will deliver punishment that works by following the evidence of what works. That works for victims, delivering them the justice they deserve, that works for society. We want better citizens, not better criminals. And what works for the public, delivering safer streets and protection from crime. Of course, my Lords, that means that we must always be able to lock up the most dangerous offenders. Prisoners serving extended determinate sentences, those the court has deemed to be dangerous, will not be affected by anything in this bill. They will still need the approval of the Independent Parole Board if they are to be released at the 2/3 point of their custodial term. The IPP sentence is also not included in the new progression model. The Parole Board will continue to review IPP cases at least every 2 years, and in many cases more regularly. My Lords will know that this is an area of incredible importance to me. I'm determined to support those in prison to progress towards a safe and sustainable release, but not in a way that undermines public protection. And for completeness, my Lords, nothing in this bill affects those who receive life sentences, having been convicted of the most horrendous crimes. But we need to be smarter. We need to follow the evidence. For many offenders sentenced to less than a year in prison, prison sets us up for a revolving door of repeat offending. Over 60% of those on prison sentences of less than 12 months reoffend within a year. Offenders have limited time to engage in rehabilitation. Instead, they're exposed to hardened criminals and shown a path that can lead to more crime. And when they get out, they may have lost their home, their job, their relationships, and everything that anchors them to society. They're being asked to make a U-turn on a one-way street. But evidence shows community orders and suspended sentences can be more effective at reducing reoffending. So Clause 1 of this bill introduces a presumption to suspend short sentences. We're not abolishing short sentences. Judges will still have the power to impose them in particular circumstances. If there is a significant risk of harm to an individual, like a victim of domestic abuse, or if a prolific offender fails to comply with the requirements of a suspended sentence or reoffends, then prison will still be available. We will break the cycle of reoffending. That means fewer victims and more offenders getting their lives back on track. And as many noble lords know, I believe in second chances. And Clause 2 widens the scope for suspended sentences, increasing the limit from 2 years to 3. Of course, for many offenders, prison is the right answer. But if we want them to turn their lives around, we must make sure that serving time is not just what they do in between crimes. This bill introduces a new progression model for standard determinate sentences. Inspired by the Texas reforms that helped to end their capacity crisis, we will ensure that prisoners who don't behave in prison can be kept in for longer. Release at the earlier point will be theirs to lose. In Texas, following a settling-in period, crime fell by 30%, and they have closed 16 prisons. Clauses 20 and 21 of this bill amend the release points. Those serving regular standard determinate sentences must serve at least 1/3 of their time. For more serious crimes, given a standard determinate sentence, offenders must serve at least half. But those are minimums. Prisoners who misbehave, who are violent, who are caught with an illicit mobile phone, can stay inside for longer. And we will double the maximum additional days for a single incident from 42 to 84, so that the worst behaved will serve longer in custody. It's the same as in our communities. If you break our rules, you can pay the price with your liberty. And punishment doesn't end when a spell inside does, nor does release mean an end to rehabilitation. So offenders will enter a period of intensive supervision by the probation service. They will still face consequences for their actions. My Lords, clauses 24 and 25 introduce a strengthened licence period. Offenders will be subject to strict conditions tailored to risk and offence. These clauses mean probation can set new restrictive licence conditions. For example, stopping them going to the pub, banning them from football matches, or preventing them from driving. This mirrors the new community requirement set out in clauses 13 to 15. And we will incentivise better behaviour from offenders. Clauses 36 and 37 allow community orders and the supervision period of suspended sentence orders to be terminated once an offender has completed their sentence plan, including all court-ordered requirements. The probation service will be able to incentivise compliance and encourage early engagement and completion of rehabilitative activities. But anyone who doesn't do this will serve their sentence in full and could face further penalties. We will also expand community payback. Clause 3 will introduce income reduction orders, so offenders with high incomes are penalised more effectively when serving their suspended sentence in a community setting. We'll make sure crime doesn't pay. And alongside the changes in this bill, we will address the root causes of crime by expanding the use of intensive supervision courts to break the cycles that lead to ever more reoffending. These courts are inspired by their success in Texas, which has seen a 33% fall in arrests compared to those serving prison sentences. They target offenders, often highly prolific offenders, who suffer from addiction or poor mental health, and they impose tough requirements to tackle those drivers. over 3/4 of offenders are meeting the conditions the court set. And we will tag many more offenders to ensure compliance and restrict their freedom outside of prison. What is more, all offenders released into the community will remain on licence for the duration of their sentence. This goes further than the approach the review recommended. Those at the highest risk will continue to be supervised by probation to the very end. All offenders will be expected to comply with their licence conditions and remain liable for recall to prison at any time. Any further offence, even something that would normally attract a custodial sentence, will potentially lead to a recall. Offenders will know that any backsliding or regression could land them right back in a cell. They will obey our laws, and they will be punishments if they don't. That's why clauses 26 and 30 will introduce a standard 56-day recall, replacing the existing 14 and 28-day terms. Real consequences for returning to crime and punishment that works. My lords, more punishment in the community, more intensive supervision, more monitoring and restrictions. These will all put more pressure on our already stretched probation service. That's why the recent spending review announced up to £700 million extra for probation. That's a 45% uplift by the final year, the largest in history. Because we're investing in what makes a difference, investing in what cuts crime and rehabilitates offenders, and investing to support the staff. My lords, we're also making sure our justice system operates on the principles of putting victims first, fairness and accountability. Clause 4 amends the statutory purpose of sentencing to reference protecting victims as part of public protection. The bill will also go further than ever before to restrict offenders' movements in order to protect victims. Victims of the most serious sexual or violent offenders should not have to worry at all who they will run into when they go somewhere new. That is why Clause 24 allows probation to be able to impose new restriction zones on the most serious offenders on licence. Clause 16 will allow courts to impose these new zones on offenders serving community or suspended sentence orders. They will be required to stay in a specific area so that their victims can move freely elsewhere. The victim should have the freedom, not the perpetrator. Clause 6 also introduces a new judicial finding of domestic abuse in sentencing. Probation will be able to identify abusers more easily, track patterns of behaviour, and put safeguards in place. This will improve risk management and further protect victims, and it is welcomed by victims' groups. My lords, these principles are also why we're progressing reforms to the Sentencing Council through this bill. The Council has undertaken valuable work and helped bring greater consistency and transparency to the sentencing process. It also plays an important constitutional role, balancing interests across Parliament, government and the judiciary in sentencing policy and practice. We're keen to support the Council with its work. Following events in recent months, we're introducing a pair of measures that aim to maintain public confidence in its guidelines. Clause 18 introduces a requirement on the Council to obtain the Lord Chancellor's approval of its annual business plan before it can be published. And Clause 19 requires the Council to obtain approval from the Lord Chancellor and the Lady Chief Justice for all sentencing guidelines. My officials will be working closely with their counterparts at the Council to agree underpinning detail on the practicalities of both approval processes. My Lords, I took this role to help reform a system that I've been passionate about for most of my life. My colleagues and I have looked across the world for what works. These learnings are contained in this bill. Brought together, these measures will bring stability and sustainability to our justice system. In that regard, there is no alternative. But they do more than that. This bill will make sure that we have prisons that work, a probation service that reforms offenders, and fewer victims. It will put our justice system on a footing fit for the future, one that prioritises victims, fairness and accountability, and one that prioritises punishment that works. I urge Noble Lords to support the bill and the principles behind it. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, may I say at the outset how sorry I was to learn of the death of the Baroness Newlove. She will be much missed around the House. She was a powerful champion for victims. My Lords, I am grateful to the Minister for introducing this bill, but I must say at the outset that it does not live up to the expectations one might have of a sentencing bill. It is not a plan for safer streets or for a stronger justice system. It is essentially a plan to release offenders early because our prisons are full. The government presents this as a reform, but much is in truth a knee-jerk reaction to the challenge of managing prison capacity, and it is one that risks public safety. The centrepiece of the bill is the presumption that any sentence of 12 months or less will be suspended. So in practice, short custodial sentences will all but disappear. Figures suggest that around 43,000 offenders will now avoid prison altogether. Among them will be repeat burglars, serial shoplifters and sex offenders. This is not sentencing reform, it is surrender. How can any government that claims to be tough on crime defend that? The government says that this will apply only to non-violent, non-sexual offences. But as any practitioner knows, many assaults, domestic abuse cases and sexual offences fall at or below that 12-month threshold. Those offenders will now walk free. To allow this will be a profound failure of the state's duty to protect its citizens. Unless it has the unintended effect, of course, that courts increase nominal sentences to override the presumption. Will we in fact see an increase in the number of immediate sentences of 15 to 18 months, an unintended and perhaps unfortunate consequence, but we know how human behaviour reacts. The bill also reduces the time to be served in custody. For most offenders, automatic release will come after just 33% of the sentence, 5 months of a 15-month term. The rest will be served in the community, supervised in theory by the hard-pressed probation service. It has been predicted that there will in fact be an immediate 6% rise in crime. As Cicero said, to what good? That is not sentencing reform. It is a policy of early release with rising crime the consequence. We are told this is about rehabilitation. I ask, are those who make up that 6% to be treated as rehabilitated? Worse, what new money is to be invested in probation, in treatment or community infrastructure? There will simply be a prison system operating at 98% capacity and ministers desperate to empty it. The probation service will bear the weight of these charges. It is already, we know, overstretched, understaffed and struggling to manage risk. The government's own impact assessment concedes that an additional 580 officers will be required each year. That is at a cost of £30 million a year. Funding that simply does not exist in the current settlement. As the Home Affairs and Justice Committee on which I served has demonstrated, reducing numbers in prison does not mean a saving. The running costs of prisons remain the same. So will the Minister please explain where in the Ministry's budget will this money come from? Will it be from defence legal aid fees? Will it be from the budgets for our crumbling courts? Can we have answers, please? My Lords, Clause 11 goes further still. It removes from the courts key aspects of sentencing. It transfers them to probation officers. They are not judges, they are not judicially trained, and they already work beyond capacity. Yet they will now bear responsibility for deciding how much rehabilitative activity an offender must complete. That is a big shift in responsibility. Sentencing that is, the determination of punishment, is and should remain a judicial function. It is a matter for judges applying the law in open court. How can we have a sentencing bill that in fact removes an important plank of sentencing from the courts and the public eye? How will the public know that punishment is being imposed consistently and in proportion to the offence in question? What safeguards will prevent political or managerial pressure, and I emphasise that last bit, managerial pressure, from influencing those decisions? Policy will be made and put into effect behind closed doors. An important part of a sentence in a given case will not be given in public. My Lords, that is not reform. It is a dismantling, or a start of the dismantling, of the separation of powers. It hands quasi-judicial authority to an exhausted service, and it does so without additional resources, without oversight, and without accountability. If the noble Lord the Minister believes probation officers should exercise the functions of judges, he should say so openly to Parliament. To make such a change under the guise of efficiency is constitutionally wrong. The bill introduces a host of new community restrictions on offenders, bans on entering pubs, sporting events, or defined geographical areas. On paper, it may sound straightforward, but how is it to work? Who is to be responsible for their enforcement? Will it be the licence trade? Will it be the police? Will it be venue owners themselves? Who will be told? In a big city pub, who is to know? The bill gives no clarity, indicates no resourcing, and gives no framework of accountability. It simply assumes, it appears, that someone, somehow, will make it happen. Probation officers, already overstretched and under-resourced, are expected to monitor compliance, to enforce restrictions, and manage breaches. The bill provides no guidance how this is to operate. I ask, how is this to work? My Lords, this bill was not in the manifesto. That referred simply to sentences that, and I quote, make sense to victims and the wider public. These proposals do neither. They will undermine public confidence in the justice system, confidence already eroded by early release schemes, court delays, and prison overcrowding and prison escapes. My Lords, every element of this bill points in one direction: leniency driven by necessity. That is not, we suggest, how to develop important policy. The prisons are indeed overcrowded, and certainly previous governments have failed to manage this successfully. But the public expects those who break the law to be dealt with properly, to be punished, and that those who pose a threat to be detained. But henceforth, an offender could serve 1/3 of a sentence, breach licence conditions, be recalled, and still be re-released early. Only yesterday or the day before, the Domestic Abuse Commissioner sounded the alarm and wrote to the Lord Chancellor. Under Part 2 of the bill, as the Domestic Abuse Commissioner pointed out, offenders recalled to custody will now be automatically re-released after just 56 days, with no review by the parole board. This will include convicted abusers after recall for contacting or stalking their victims. They will yet go back into the community with no fresh assessment of danger. This is complacency. It places victims at avoidable risk. My Lords, this bill requires rigorous scrutiny. It blurs the line between rehabilitation and release. It hands judicial powers to the probation service, and it places public protection second to administrative convenience. We are not told how it will be funded. We are told it is modernisation. In truth, it is a risky experiment with public safety. We on this side will examine every clause carefully in committee, but our position is clear. Sentencing exists to protect the public, to deter crime, and to deliver justice to victims, and it is for judges. This bill fails on all those counts.
Lords, I had hoped that a more favourable reception might have been accorded by the Conservative front bench to this bill, given the respect that many of us have for David Gauke and the work he did on the independent review, and the respect we have for the Minister with his own practical experience in this area. I entirely share the view that there are parts of the bill which need careful scrutiny in committee, but I think the bill is an attempt to deal with an appalling situation, the farcical situation of releases by an overworked and understaffed prison service and probation service trying to deal with overcrowded prisons. The figures which demonstrate that we reached the point when we had almost 100% usage of prison cells and no scope, therefore, for the sensible use of them. We're in an appalling situation which has been driven by many years of trying to talk tough on sentencing. What that actually involved, and I'm afraid it came from both Labour and Conservative parties at different times, what that involved was asserting that it was better to spend money badly on imprisoning the wrong people for longer than to spend the money effectively on reducing rehabilitation, to which the Minister has rightly devoted much of his life. There are good things in this bill. The identification of domestic abuse by the court, which, as the Minister has pointed out, will then be seen by probation staff and others who have reason to be concerned where this arises. That is very welcome. The presumption against short custodial sentences is very welcome. The direct reference to the protection of victims in the purposes of sentencing is a welcome inclusion, and particularly in the light of the death of Baroness Newlove, who campaigned so vigorously for victims. I think it's particularly good that it appears in the bill that we're discussing today. Robust community sentences, the feature of the bill. Facilitating, providing more means by which they can be made robust is extremely important. Unless we achieve wide acceptance by the public of robust community sentences, led by some acceptance in the media that they may be the most sensible solution for some offenders, we will not change the upward drift of the prison population. This is extremely important, and I'm glad that it's there in the bill. There are things that are less welcome. Having to release prisoners, as has been happening for several years now, not as a result of careful judgment of individual cases, but because of the need to reduce the numbers, is something we've got to get away from. The earned progressive model is something I'm pleased to see in the bill for that very reason. Now let's look at some more controversial aspects of the bill. The sentencing provisions, the sentencing council provisions. This is the second bill about the sentencing council in this parliament. This is a ridiculous state of affairs. So what do we have now? We have the sentencing council required to submit a business plan which the Secretary of State, the Lord Chancellor, may or may not approve of. And who knows what happens if the Lord Chancellor does not approve of the business plan. Do they carry on doing it, or do they just stop work altogether and produce another one and wait until they get an approval for it? Sentencing guidelines themselves, there's a veto for the Lord Chancellor, the Secretary of State for Justice, on the actual guidelines. Where's the trust? Sentencing Council is a body of extremely experienced people who are used to dealing independently and without bias and prejudice with the issues that come before them. The government does not trust them at all, and is creating a series of obstacles to doing their job properly. I'm very unhappy about that. The income reduction orders, I'm not against them in principle. They're seen perhaps as a punitive element in the sentence, but they involve a fair bit of bureaucracy, to which the Law Society has addressed some of its comments. And they could be a disincentive to work. And the last thing, I'm sure the Minister would agree you want to have, is a disincentive to prisoners working when they're released, because work is well known to be one of the main factors in ensuring that people do not reoffend, having a job and carrying out that job. Photos of offenders. I'm pretty doubtful about that as a provision in the legislation. And of course, all the guidance and all the rules under which they will become possible are the subject of delegated legislation, of statutory instruments. We won't know as we pass that part of the bill precisely how this photo opportunity or photo system will work. That is all yet to be settled. Then there are things that are missing from the bill. There's a real reform of IPP sentences. We are still waiting for that, and 2,500 people and families are still waiting for it. And the bill doesn't really nothing, as the Minister conceded in his opening remarks, the bill does nothing about that except to allow the limited arrangements currently operating to continue. the certainty that prison and probation services will have adequate resources to implement the release programme, something one would have liked with the bill. I don't think we've got it, and I hope the Minister can make further efforts to demonstrate to us that the capacity will be there. Making a success of the reforms in this legislation depends on both prison and probation services being adequate in numbers, adequate in training, and adequate in the amount of time they've got to deal with the numbers of people they are dealing with. And we need more assurance on that. I'd like to mention that despite the pessimistic picture I've painted of the state of some of our prisons, and it is truly appalling in many cases, there are good things going on. And I want to reference the Oswin project associated with HMP Northumberland, which involves a cafe in the prison, a farm shop associated with the prison, a cafe in Newcastle Cathedral, all involving offenders, and much supported and maintained, made possible by volunteers. There's a lot of good work going on in the prison, and a lot of people who want to see good things happen so that reoffending is reduced. And I think that any further encouragement the government can give to that kind of work is desirable. Prison is expensive, and if not properly managed and resourced, sends people out into the community who are very likely to reoffend. So when we contemplate what we do with our resources, we should not be deluded by the long-held practice of seeing prison as some kind of free good. It's something the state has to provide in whatever quantity we decide. We should be looking at how we spend money in the criminal justice system, what works and what doesn't. And I commend ministers for being prepared to look at what was going on in Texas. We looked at that in the Justice Committee in the House of Commons a decade ago or more, probably nearly 20 years ago, when they started work on it. And it was really quite encouraging to see right-wing Republicans say, we have to back this because we're wasting the taxpayers' dollar. That was in the days when the Republican Party didn't believe in wasting money. Things have changed a bit under President Trump. But it was a realistic demonstration that when you start to look at what are you using your money for, are you making the public safer? Then you must look at whether the measures you are using do in fact make the public safer. And I commend the government for doing that. And I look forward with my noble friends to ensuring that this bill, where it can be improved, is improved.
My Lords, I must start by declaring some interests. I was on the independent panel chaired by David Gauke, which produced a preliminary short report entitled History and Trends in Sentencing in February this year. I shall return to that if I may. It then produced a final report in May, many of the recommendations of which underpinned the proposals in this bill. I was also President of the Sentencing Council for 6 years while serving as Lord Chief Justice. The bill has 2 clauses relating to the Sentencing Council. Now, my Lords, I broadly welcome the proposals relating to sentencing, although no doubt 1 or 2 of them might be tidied up. But it will come as no surprise to your Lordships that I regard the clauses relating to the Sentencing Council as misconceived. As is well known, the impetus for this sentencing legislation flows from our prisons being full. There is no prospect of capacity being expanded sufficiently to cope with the demand in the coming years. Urgent steps have to be taken, otherwise the system will simply fall over. There are a number of reasons why the prison population has doubled between 1993 and today to now over 87,000 people. At the heart of them has been sentence inflation. In 1993, the average custodial sentence for indictable offences was 16 months. By June 2024, it was 22.5 months. There has been substantial increases in the minimum terms that those subject to life sentences must serve, driven by legislative change in 2003 by Schedule 21 to the Criminal Justice Act, which governed murder. That pulled up all sentences for violent offending, which in turn fed over into sentences more generally. The number of life sentences has substantially increased, as have sentences over 10 years, despite serious crime having fallen. My Lords, the detail is in the History and Trends report to which I referred. Parliament has also repeatedly legislated to increase maximum sentences. This has all happened at a time when political and much public discourse has focused on the punitive element of sentencing, while marginalising other important purposes of sentencing, which include reducing reoffending and rehabilitating offenders. With respect to my good friend Lord Sandhurst, we've heard a little of that this afternoon. The impact of sentencing of different types is studied around the world, and thus rich data are available on the impact of different sentences on reducing crime. There is compelling evidence that non-custodial sentencing, of course with a proper punitive element, reduces reoffending when short prison sentences do not, and also that lengthening sentence does not reduce reoffending. Countries across Europe, and also Texas, of which we've heard already, have shown that reduced sentences and less use of immediate custody not only reduce prison populations, but also reduce crime. So I particularly welcome the measures in the bill to restrict further the use of short, immediate terms of imprisonment, subject of course to necessary exceptions, and those to enable sentences to be deferred for 12 rather than 6 months, and to increase to 3 years rather than 2, the period of imprisonment that may be suspended. My Lords, it's important that both community sentences and suspended sentences should be seen to include a proper element of punishment. The expansion of the list of requirements that may be imposed as a punishment is a positive step. Perhaps the government would immediately also consider adding a foreign travel ban to that list. These are steps in the right direction, my Lords, to reduce the unnecessary and frankly counterproductive use of custody. They don't tackle sentence inflation, which I earnestly hope, but doubt, that our political class will have the courage to confront collectively before too long. My Lords, the government has broadly adopted our recommendations for rationalising release dates and introducing incentives to earn release, and also measures to contain the explosion in the recall population in prisons. It's gone further than we recommended with removing foreign national offenders. All three should reduce the prison population. There may be room for some debate about whether foreign national offenders should be deported immediately, or at least serve part of their sentence to ensure that there is a punitive element. And whilst some may be concerned about allowing release on licence of fixed-term prisoners who have behaved well after serving a third of their sentences, those of your lordships with a longer memory than mine will recall that the 1967 Criminal Justice Act provided for release after a third, and it was that way for very many years. Now, it is clear that the changes proposed in the bill will work only if the probation service can undertake the additional work required of it. That will require increased numbers and funding. To that extent, I agree with the noble Lord, Lord Sandhurst. But it also depends on technology, especially tagging technology. That must work, and it's necessary that any breaches are enforced. So there will be much work to be done on delivery, work which the noble Lord the Minister is especially well equipped to oversee as the former chief executive of a substantial business. I wish him well in that task. My Lords, in the relatively short time left to me, may I make some observations on the clauses relating to the Sentencing Council, which echo those already made by the noble Lord, Lord Beath. Clause 19 requires the Sentencing Council to seek the consent of the Lord Chancellor and the Lady Chief Justice before publishing a guideline or publishing amendments to a guideline. If both do not consent, publication is blocked. The guideline will not come into force. Amendments to an existing guideline will not take effect. This is, my lords, no more and no less than a political veto in the hands of the Lord Chancellor. No Lord Chief Justice would want a power of veto, nor, frankly, ever exercise it. This power would enable the Lord Chancellor, and possibly a less benign Lord Chancellor than we have today, to stop some or all of the work of the Sentencing Council. That cannot be right. Moreover, to fail to consent would be extraordinary, given the careful construction of the scheme under which the Sentencing Council operates. Having undertaken deep research and wide consultation, it publishes a draft of its proposals. It calls for comments from anybody who wishes to provide them and consults further widely. Both the Lord Chancellor and the Justice Committee of the House of Commons are statutory consultees. The Lord Chancellor has a representative who attends all meetings of the Sentencing Council to convey the governmental view. And the membership of the Council is carefully balanced by statute to reflect a broad range of interests. The DPP is there. So too is a Chief Constable and a voice for the victims, for example. I'm puzzled that it's said that there needs to be a political override. There has never been one before in this area, and that's for a very good reason. Before the Sentencing Council, there was a non-statutory body that worked as its precursor, and before that, the exclusive jurisdiction for setting guidelines for different offences rested with the Criminal Division of the Court of Appeal. So to the extent that the Sentencing Council and its predecessor, a non-statutory body, which were established at the instigation and with the full consent of the judiciary, impacts upon anybody's constitutional responsibilities, it's that of the judiciary, not the executive. I hope, my lords, you might bear with me for another 30 seconds or so. I believe this bill would be better without Clause 19. If something has to stay, it would be better inverted so that the Sentencing Council may publish, unless both the Lord Chancellor and Lord Chief Justice object. And what can one say about Clause 18? Perhaps the noble Lord the Minister can explain what it's all about. It's silent on what happens if the Lord Chancellor does not approve the business plan. This looks to be a controlling mechanism, although how it would work is opaque. The explanatory notes are coy on the subject, that might be the best way of putting it, and the noble Lord the Minister only touched on it glancingly in his open. My lords, I finished on a slightly sour note, but I wish to emphasise that I wouldn't want that to distract from the fact that I support the aspects of the sentencing bill that deal with sentencing rather than the Sentencing Council. I apologise for overrunning.
My Lords, as I speak today, I declare an interest as Anglican Bishop to His Majesty's prisons in England and Wales, and may I too pay tribute to the late Baroness Newlove, not least in her role as Victims Commissioner. As I begin, I want to echo so much of what the noble Lords, Lord Beath and Lord Burnett have just said, which has lifted my spirits. There is much to welcome in this bill. For example, as has been said, we know in general short custodial sentences do more harm than good. So I'm delighted that we're now seeing some evidence-based policy making rather than policy shaped by media headline. But we do also need to clarify our long-term vision and aims. As a Christian, I believe every human being is made in the image of God and is created to live in interdependent relationship, and broken relationship sits at the heart of all brokenness. Strong relationship sits at the heart of all that is good and transformative. And I thank the noble Lord, the Minister, for his introduction, But I am dismayed that we're setting the context of this bill as overcrowded prisons and a current crisis. Surely our long-term vision and big picture is not simply about more prisons or even decent prisons, but ultimately about strengthening communities so that people flourish in a network of healthy and safe relationships. I'm therefore hugely concerned by the piecemeal selection of David Gauke's recommendations from his independent sentencing review and our failure to look at that big long-term picture. For example, including victims in the statutory purpose of sentencing is welcome. But if we want to respond well to victims and reduce the number of victims in the future, then we need to pay attention to where relationship has been broken in people's lives as well as in their offending. When sentencing, the place of trauma needs to be addressed for offender as well as victim, and it's interesting that many people are both, and I wonder where that leaves us when we talk about putting victims first. There needs to be scope to be attentive to the underlying reasons for people's behaviour, not least in an endeavour to break the cycle of reoffending and fractured communities, which is costly, physically, emotionally and financially. Among wider society, there has increasingly been a push, as we've heard, for longer sentences and more punishment. The review found, and I quote, "Punishment has been given disproportionate weight and there has been insufficient focus on reducing crime." And it stated that custody should be a last resort. The bill does not address these criticisms. We are failing to ask what will enable a reduction in reoffending in the individual and bring transformation not only for them but for those who are impacted by their choices. We must include reduction of crime in the purpose statement as recommended by David Gauke. Creativity with community sentencing could be so life-changing. But sadly, even the proposed changes are set within such a punitive framework and tone. This is pandering to public opinion, not changing it. On that note, measures to name and shame people completing unpaid work as part of their community sentence needs greater scrutiny. I'm sure the last thing the government would intend is harmful consequences for thousands of children and young people whose parents are completing their sentence. I applaud the skills and professionalism of our probation officers, and I'm glad to see the rehabilitation activity requirement replaced by a probation requirement. But to be effective, resource must continue to be increased, such that money currently wasted on inappropriate prison sentences is redirected to the recruitment, training and retention of dedicated probation staff, and indeed prison staff. If prison sentences are going to be restorative, then the recruitment, training, valuing and retention of prison and probation staff is vital. And all of this is set against a backdrop of severe financial challenge. We need to spend financial resources differently, which brings me back to the need for clarity about vision and aims and what long-term good looks like. Although HMPPS has mission and purpose statements, I urge us to define in legislation the purpose of imprisonment. This would bring much needed clarity to all parts of the criminal justice system and wider stakeholders and reduce confusion if we're truly committed to reimagining and building an effective, well-functioning prison system, if we truly are. I will be seeking amends to this bill to define in legislation the purpose of imprisonment. In recent days, we have seen yet again intense media and political attention on prisons, but we need to reduce the political heat and seek cross-party solutions. And I say I am dismayed by much of what I heard from the noble Lord, Lord Sandhurst. We must shape public opinion rather than follow it. Is the noble Lord the Minister prepared to face down the media on matters of principle and evidence? Sadly, we saw the exact opposite of this earlier this year, my lords, when we had before us the Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Reports Bill. There was bluster and knee-jerk reaction, and we saw the independence of the Sentencing Council put at risk, and we've heard more about that this afternoon. The government refers to the position of the Sentencing Council as a democratic deficit. Yet the independent sentencing review makes plain that politics has been a driver of the current misuse of prison. I am deeply disappointed that the government has not addressed this charge and has notably ignored the recommendation to introduce an external advisory body to help ministers make sentencing policy, plan prison capacity and invest the money needed wisely. There is nothing in this bill to give assurance that our planning and management of the overall prison population is going to be significantly better than it is now, or that we have grasped the significant changes needed, because we have failed to articulate the big aim and clarify what good would look like for victims, offenders, families and wider society in the long term. As I draw to a close, let me say, if we had a well-functioning prison system with good headroom in capacity, low rates of violence and self-harm, and people coming out of prison less likely to offend than when they went in, this bill might have been sufficient. Instead, it's a long way from the radical and bold thinking that is necessary to reset the appropriate use of prison. Beyond these doors is a statue of Queen Victoria, positioned between the figures of justice and mercy, two key attributes, I believe, of God, who is in the business of reconciliation and transformation. If we allow mercy and justice to truly dialogue, this bill could be transformed. We need a joined-up public health approach to the criminal justice system which puts relationship front and centre. This bill does contain some good elements, but I would urge the government to listen more carefully to the Gawke sentencing review in the round, as well as to the many who call the Minister to go further.
My Lords, may I declare an interest as the non-executive chairman of Leicester Law Centre, and I am privileged to serve on your Lordship's Justice and Home Affairs Committee. My first speech in your Lordship's House was on the subject of sentencing. It was a pretty standard maiden speech, I'm afraid. The late noble Lord Longford, was nice enough to say a few kind words. That was 27 years ago. Now in November 2025, I'm speaking on sentencing again, and while I have to admit that although there have been many changes to sentencing policy, some good, some not so good, it's not until now that the approach that prevailed in 1998 has really changed. Now, at long last, we have a bill that thoughtfully and sensibly tackles the fundamental problems of an almost broken system, and one that can fairly be said to have failed. Examples: one fault is that there are just too many people in prison, women as well as men. Another is that they are there for far too long. And the third, even more depressing in some ways than the first two, is that rehabilitation is too often an aspiration rather than a reality. The results are all around us. Our prisons are absolutely full. and too many ex-prisoners reoffend and find themselves straight back in jail. So the House will probably not be surprised to hear that I warmly welcome this bill, the principles behind it, and the tone it sets. I'm also proud of the government that's brought it forward. I want it to become a new chapter in our sentencing policy, one which is of our time, up to date, and isn't a victim of what's already been said in the House today, of a long-standing and often phony war between the political parties. How much time have we lost in the last 30 years by this putting up the ante between governments and oppositions? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the toughest of us all? And the irony is that until 30 years ago, there wasn't this battle to be the hard man. There were, of course, different opinions and debates, but basically, and at heart, there was an agreement and understanding that going for the lowest common denominator was not in anybody's interests. This bill, it seems to me, is a serious attempt to find an approach that can be supported by all people of goodwill and intelligence. Is that too much to ask? Of course, I accept the bill is not perfect. The successful implementation of its proposals will not come close to success unless it is given the backing, including the financial backing it needs for that success. And for that success to happen, to the probation service is absolutely key, as many speakers from around the House have already said. My Lords, probation has been to hell and back again over the last 15 years or so. Experiments that Dr. Frankenstein would have been proud of have been tried on it. In a way, it's a bit of a miracle that it's still with us. But it is, and its role is absolutely essential to the success or failure of this new sentencing policy as set out in this bill. We are asking the probation service to play the leading role in both changing people's lives around, while at the same time satisfying the public that they are being protected. The service needs sustaining both and strengthening in numbers and in funding, if more is to be maintained. I have to say that my concern is that the money pledged, and it is generous, up until 2029, is frankly not going to be enough if we are to make a success of this bill and the excellent independent review that in fact was its parent. And government must recognise this, I feel, as early as possible. My Lords, before finishing, I want to mention just one aspect of the bill in a tiny bit more detail. And I refer here to an amendment moved in the other place by my honourable friend Lindsay Farnsworth, the Member of Parliament for Amber Valley, when she argued that as far as the earned model is concerned, there should be reward for positive behaviour by prisoners, as well as, of course, reward for behaving yourself in prison and obeying the rules and other criteria. As I understand it, the Texas model does contain some reward for positive behaviour in prison, as well as merely neutral behaviour. The Minister's reply in the other place was not discouraging, and I look forward to, if there is an amendment put down on this matter, the issue being debated and discussed here, and look forward to what the Minister will have to say. And I end, my Lords, by emphasising once again my support for this bill. The fact it's here today so soon is a huge compliment to David Gauke for his independent inquiry that he completed so speedily, so quickly, and of course to the Minister himself, who with his experience and commitment has been responsible for this legislation. My Lords, I hope it's in order to say that the Minister has been a breath of fresh air in this area and given us the chance to be proud once again of our sentencing system. Let's make sure that we pass this bill and take that chance.
My Lords, I hope that I will be forgiven if I concentrate more on what should be in the bill rather than what is in the bill. For the purposes of today's debate, I intend to focus primarily on sentences of imprisonment for public protection, IPPs. But before I do so, I would like to make some brief remarks about other aspects that relate to sentencing and also to the prison system. First, my Lords, as regards deportation orders, something we debated last week, something we voted on last night. Most people in this country, not I think the majority of this House, favour deportation orders, but I think subject to two important provisos. The first, my Lords, I think is this. It is highly desirable that a foreign national sentenced to a serious period of imprisonment should be required to serve a substantial part of that sentence in the United Kingdom before deportation. And the reason for that is that there is too great a chance that on deportation, the receiving country, unless there is an appropriate agreement in place, will simply let him walk free. And that, in fact, is, I think, what has happened to Mr. Hadish Kabutu on his release to Ethiopia. And the second point I would make, my Lords, is this, that in order to satisfy the principle of proportionality, I think that a deportation order, an automatic one, should arise only in the event of serious offences. And by serious offences, I mean marking that by a significant period of imprisonment. It'll be a matter for debate what the threshold period should be. Now, the next point I want to mention in general terms relates to non-custodial sentences, something of which I am a very strong supporter. However, in order to reassure the public, the non-custodial sentence must serve the public interest in a very obvious way and must also be enforced with rigour. And that means, apart from other things, a properly financed and resourced probation service. I entirely agree with what the Noble Lord Berke was saying about the probation service. And I do welcome the fact that financing has been significantly increased. My next point is this. I would like to emphasise the importance of purposeful out-of-cell activity for prisoners while in custody. And I know the Noble Lord, the Minister, agrees with this. There should be very much more concentration on remedial education and training for employment. For far too many prisoners are spending far too long locked up in their cells, and that is quite wrong. And my next general point relates to what happens on discharge. It is essential that there is a proper package of support for discharged prisoners, and most important of all, the prospect of employment. And again, I give credit to the Minister in respect of his pre-ministerial career in this matter. Your Lordships will have noticed, in respect of quite a lot of the recently released prisoners, that they were simply shown the door. So far as I could see, they had no proper support. And that is quite wrong. And again, it reverts to the point of the noble Lord Bart. What we require is a properly resourced and funded probation service. And the last of my general points, before I come to the IPPs, I would like to mention independent monitoring boards. I was the prisons minister under my noble friend Lord Hurd of Westport many years ago. I must say he was a most distinguished Home Secretary, as he was a most distinguished Foreign Secretary, and I served under him and became very familiar with monitoring boards. And indeed, when I retired from the House of Commons, I became a member of the monitoring board of our local prison. Along with the inspectorate, the monitoring boards are a vital means of scrutinising what goes on in individual establishments. And I would like to say to the Minister that I hope he will encourage boards to be as candid and as critical as the facts justify. And also, this does really lie to him, to encourage prison governors to enable the boards to fulfil the functions which I think they should. My Lords, I now want to turn, if I might, to the IPPs, rightly characterised as an enduring stain on our judicial system. Now, I'm not going to repeat the relevant facts in any detail. Your Lordships will, in fact, find all the detail that your Lordships require in excellent briefing notes by the Library of the House of Lords. There is also, my Lords, a very helpful report published in 2022 by the Justice Committee of the House of Commons. And most recently, in June 25, a very important report produced by the Howard League for Penal Reform. It's a report in which the former Lord Chief Justice, Lord Thomas, was intimately involved, and also my noble friend, Lord Garnier, as well. Now, I acknowledge, my Lords, that there has been some progress in the action plan now in place. But alas, the progress has been too slow. On the 31st of December 2024, there were still 695 unreleased prisoners who had been in prison for more than their tariff, and indeed for more than 10 years. And unsurprisingly, my Lords, self-harm and suicides are much higher for this category of prisoner than for any other. As at March 2025, 94 people on IPPs had taken their own lives whilst in prison. And this is deplorable. And so, my Lords, one has to ask oneself, what do we do about this enduring crisis, bearing in mind that there is an action plan already in place? But as I have said, it is an action plan proceeding too slowly. And that indeed is not surprising. Many prisons do not in fact provide the courses that are required to enable a prisoner to proceed towards release. Now, the Committee of the House of Commons in 2022 recommended resentencing of individual IPP prisoners. That is a proposal that I probably did support, and I certainly would support. However, that recommendation was refused by the last government, and indeed has been refused by the present government. And I don't imagine that a change of mind is going to occur in the near future. And consequently, the Howard League has come forward with 7 interlocking and mutually supporting recommendations. The most important of these is the proposal for a 2-year conditional release scheme for IPP prisoners. The recommendation is that in IPP cases, the parole board should be asked to set a date when a person will be released with a 2-year window, together with what has to be done in order to achieve public safety. And the report, quite rightly, sets out a range of safeguards together with a mechanism for setting aside the release date if there is a requirement for that decision. My Lord, the recommendation for a conditional release date, together with the other recommendations in the report, seems to me to be a very sensible way forward. But in this debate, I don't want to be unduly prescriptive. What I suggest is essential, is early progress to mitigate and hopefully resolve what is an undoubted scandal. And so I hope that in the context of this bill, there will be cross-party discussions which will result in serious amendments to this bill, which are of a kind likely to commend themselves to this government, and that thereby we can reasonably hope to see an early resolution to what is a very serious injustice.
That was wonderful speech.
My Lords, before I make my remarks, I want to declare two interests. One is I am a member of the Justice and Home Affairs Select Committee of the House of Lords, so admirably chaired by Lord Foster, and I'm also an office holder of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Penal Reform. My Lords, this bill sets out an important reforms to reduce unnecessary use of custodial sentences, to tackle overcrowding, reduce offending and protect victims, and I welcome all of that. But this afternoon, I just want to highlight some of my concerns, which I hope we can deal with during the course of the committee stage. This bill quite rightly bolsters suspended sentences. But, my Lords, we must guard against more use of suspended sentences instead of community orders, because evidence shows that suspended sentences are imposed on those who should have actually received community orders. Community orders, my Lords, are not a soft option. With the right investment, intensive community sentences can succeed where short sentences fail. Community orders, we know, are flexible and allow individuals to tackle root causes of offending by engaging with mental health, alcohol, drug treatment while retaining their work, home and community ties. And we know that community sentences have more than halved in the recent years. We need to encourage greater use of community orders and not less. And we know that female offenders in particular benefit from community orders. The committee on which I sit published a report, Cutting Crime and Better Community Sentences, and highlighted a number of best practice in the area, which I will not repeat given the time. My Lords, if we do not use this, it will simply defeat the objective of the bill by simply delaying custodial sentences. While greater use of community orders is desirable, but we also know that the full potential will not be maximised until the probation service is fully functional, as others have said. Government's commitment to invest 700 million is welcome, but there will be a shortfall of staff and there will be a time lag getting staff levels and training up to speed to meet the expectations of this bill. Furthermore, probation service needs community-based voluntary organisations to be effective. While services are provided locally, various agencies can cooperate effectively. And again, in our report, we argue that co-location and co-commissioning are gold standard. So investment in the probation service and community-based organisations is crucial if we are to maintain public trust in community sentences. Let me now turn to the question of earned progression model in the bill, which differs from that recommended by the independent sentencing review. This bill does not include incentive to engage in purposeful activity within the prison before release. There are, however, challenges to the implementation of an earned progress in this framework, particularly while in prison. Issues of concern, some of them have been highlighted, is of course the current overcrowding, lack of purposeful activity, unequal progression within the prison estate, unfair adjudication system, and problem of added days. These need to be tackled because without these, the progression model will be ineffective in easing the prison capacity crisis and reducing offending. The second part of the progression model will see those released entering an intensive supervision and increased use of electronic monitoring or tagging. And the government has confirmed that tagging will be automatically applied to offenders at the point of release into the second part of the progression model. It is estimated that this would double the number of those tagged. Tagging, I know, can be an effective part of community supervision, but at present there is no clear strategy, clarity or guidelines on how the expansion of the use of tagging should be used and monitored, and its impact on the probation service. Disproportionate use of tagging can be counterproductive, in particular on women. Furthermore, small technical breaches which do not amount to reoffending could result in incarceration, thus defeating the objective of the bill. Earlier this month, the Justice and Home Affairs Committee sent a letter to the Ministry of Justice on the use of electronic monitoring, to which I'm sure Lord Foster will refer. So to succeed, this bill requires investment in the probation service and promotion of benefits of community orders and a clear strategy on tagging. My final concern is, of course, about the sentencing bill, which has already been referred to by Lord Beith and Lord Walton and Lord Burnett. And I really would not go into it, but all I would say that while I recognise the importance of Parliament's role in overseeing sentencing policy, enforcing accountability and monitoring its effectiveness, this measure risks that the executive curtailing the independence of the Sentencing Council. And if I may say so, the reaction to what happened before when we had the other bill was rather over the top. And I think this particular measure, in my view, is unnecessary. And I think we should be concentrating on sentencing and supporting the Sentencing Council's independence in the way we can.
My Lords, I must add 2 tributes to the great, brave and humane soul, Baroness Newlove. My Lords, it's now, as we've heard, over 30 years since 2 political pugilists faced off from opposite dispatch boxes in the other place and triggered a law and order arms race from which our criminal justice system and the society it's supposed to serve have yet to recover. For decades, this excited expectations that governments could legislate their way to headlines and re-election by diminished due process and tougher sentencing. They purported to do this even when imposing economic austerity in the form of cuts to living standards and the justice system in particular, as well as youth, mental health and addiction services. Today we reap the bitter harvest in both the human and financial costs of a justice and penal system on its knees in which few members of the public have faith. By contrast, and with no disrespect to the elected chamber, my noble friend Lord Timpson is a perfect example of some of the finest government ministers sitting in your lordship's house, bringing a wealth of experience, expertise and vocation for genuine reform. Not perhaps since the fictional progressive prison warden Henry Brubaker, played by the late Robert Redford in the 1980 Hollywood film, went inside disguised as a convict, has one man attempted such a brave reforming challenge. Of course, my noble friend comes disguised not as an inmate, but a politician. Nonetheless, I pay tribute to him and indeed to the much respected Conservative Lord Chancellor David Gauke, whose sentencing review has inspired so much of the bill before us. In particular, I commend a focus on preventing and reducing crime and diverting people away from prison so far as possible. Such aims, my lords, are nothing short of a sea change from decades of crime and sentencing legislation drafted, if not quite on the back of a cigarette packet, on the back of rainforests of press releases full of punitive talk and sentence inflation. Talk is cheap, and legislation not much more expensive. The exorbitant cost comes later, in failed sentences, in overstuffed prisons where rehabilitation programs are all but impossible. The continuing cost is of reoffending and the revolving door. And I don't mean the one outside your lordship's house. So the bill must, of course, come with sufficient funds to implement it, adequate funds for our crumbling courts, demoralised probation, third sector and prison services. Otherwise, this once-in-a-generation possibility of reversing the vicious cycle will be set up to fail. I wholeheartedly welcome the presumption against short sentences and the discretion to suspend short custodial sentences. In the light of decades of data on reoffending, how hollow were those slogans about short, sharp shocks and how prison works of yesteryear? However, it's vital that suspended sentences translate into less custody, not fewer community orders, as we heard from the noble lady. Investment, training, monitoring and constant evaluation in every part of the system will be key. By contrast, the new consent process for the Sentencing Council smacks a little more of the press release than sound policy. The will of the people, my lords, on matters of sentencing is properly expressed by Parliament's role in scrutinising and enacting sentencing legislation. The Sentencing Council exists to help the independent judiciary achieve consistency within the realm of their discretion. The Lord Chancellor of the day is in practice the initiator of sentencing legislation. They need and should not be co-signing off on the Sentencing Council's business plan and guidance documents. It's an encroachment on the independent judiciary, worthy of some of the political judge bashing of the past. If the new process isn't to be dropped, at the very least, perhaps the Justice Committee, rather than the Lord Chancellor, should co-sign with the Lady Chief Justice. In any event, that committee is more reflective of Parliament than a senior member of the Executive. In the context of standard custodial sentences, the new progression model will need careful consideration. I urge my noble friends in government carefully to read the concerns of both Justice and the Howard League for Penal Reform. I know many noble lords are appreciative of their work in general and in providing detailed written briefings on this bill. In particular, only adequate, purposeful activity in prison can ensure progression rather than regression there. There must be clear guidance on how the model should be implemented. The prison adjudication system must be reviewed as to fairness and potential discrimination, not least against disabled and otherwise vulnerable prisoners. The increase in the possibility of added days for bad behaviour must be carefully monitored and reviewed. There is risk of some prisoners not being released until the very end of their sentences, with no subsequent probation requirements in the community. My Lords, greater public faith and government investment in community orders is at the heart of this bill. Care must be taken over the fairness, proportionality and unintended consequences of intensive supervision, restriction zones and electronic tagging. Offenders must be supported as well as supervised and not set up to fail. Clause 35 is of serious concern, with its powers to publish the names and photographs of those serving orders in the community. I'm reminded, my lords, of an informal meeting I had when Director of Liberty with a Home Office political advisor around 20 years ago. During the encounter, the advisor's phone rang. When they realised who the caller was, they turned very pale and left the table for a few minutes. On their return, they asked me what I thought of an idea to force those on community orders to wear striped uniforms whilst performing unpaid manual work in the community. What do you think I'll say? I replied. What do you really think in terms of safety, decency, rehabilitation and public order? The advisor nodded silently but looked very anxious. The call had come from the editor of a national newspaper, demanding the policy as a story for the next day. My Lords, as journalism is currently under fire, I will withhold the name of the editor and the paper concerned. My Lords, I believe the pillory was abolished in 1837 and the stocks fell out of use in around the 1870s. Let's not perhaps revive them in time for the 2030s. Finally, my Lords, I welcome the Bill's amendments to the Bail Act of 1976, in particular adding to court considerations a defendant's pregnancy, primary caregiving or situation as a victim of domestic abuse. I urge the Department to go further and build on reforms in the Mental Health Bill to abolish remand in custody of people, including children, for their own welfare or protection, even for non-custodial offences. This is surely one of the most obvious symbols and examples of our criminal justice system being used as a dumping ground for social problems and vulnerable people who would be far better cared for and protected elsewhere, and at far less financial and human cost. Overall, my Lords, I congratulate the Government for creating such an opportunity for enlightened and effective reform. Because it's in his nature, I know that my noble friend, the Lord Timpson, will seek to collaborate across the House on ensuring this opportunity is taken to the best of our shared ability, including, I hope, perhaps on IPPs. I wish him well in his task and look forward to playing my own small part.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Lady Chakrabarty. I declare an interest as a trustee of the Prison Reform Trust, but I should add that my points here are mostly my own. I wholeheartedly support the government's ambition to rehabilitate more prisoners so that we move away from the endless cycle of successive governments ramping up the length of sentences so as to be seen to be tough on crime. For far too long, sentencing law has been focused exclusively on punishment, and insufficient attention has been paid to the other statutory purposes of sentencing, especially reduction in crime and rehabilitation. We all know that 80% of offending is reoffending, a really shocking statistic. So I welcome the recommendations of the sentencing review, and there are many good things in this bill which build on that review. However, the bill has not implemented all the recommendations, even though the review considered them to be a holistic package of measures which would work best in conjunction with each other. There are many points that can be made, but for the purposes of second reading, I will focus on what I consider to be the most important area, namely the way the bill provides for so-called earned early release at the 1/3 point of the sentence, and the likely consequences of that. My comments will echo points made by the noble Lord Berke, the noble Baroness Lady Preshaw, and indeed just now by the noble Baroness Lady Chakrabarty. Earned release is a commendable rehabilitative concept which originated in the Criminal Justice Act 1967. That act provided for parole board release of fixed-term prisoners at the 1/3 point of the sentence if they had satisfied the board that they had been sufficiently rehabilitated, so as to make it safe to release them. But it was a big if. A prisoner could only be released on licence with a 2/3 reduction in time served in prison if they could show they had taken steps to rehabilitate. My Lords, that is not this bill. The bill provides that a prisoner will earn early release at the 1/3 point merely by behaviour which avoids additional days for breaches of the prison rules, for example, offences against discipline, threatening, abusive or violent behaviour, or possessing unauthorised articles. Immediately, one sees the likely adverse consequences of that approach. First, it's going to lead to a concentration of vulnerable and challenging prisoners within the prison environment. Individuals who struggle with multiple and complex needs like mental health, neurodiversity and substance dependence are most likely to break prison rules and get placed on report and adjudications. Over time, therefore, and we must look at the long term, since this bill will probably remain the law for years to come, the prison population will comprise a disproportionate number of people who haven't accessed early release due to this factor. Secondly, who's going to award additional days and on what basis? This becomes a critical issue if early release at the 1/3 point is to depend on avoiding such adjudications. If it's prison officers, then it could clearly be open to abuse, and it could also negatively impact on staff-prisoner relationships. Thirdly, is avoiding additional days for things like threatening abusive or violent behaviour so as to gain early release really earning it in a meaningful sense? The 1976 Act experience teaches us that release is only truly earned if the offender engages in meaningful, purposeful activity and attends any required work, education, treatment, and/or training obligation where these are available. Only then can they be said to have taken steps to rehabilitate before their release. In an ideal world, therefore, release at the 1/3 point should not be automatic merely by avoiding punishment. It should be properly earned, as was recommended by the Sentencing Review, so as to demonstrate that the prisoner is less likely to reoffend or breach licence conditions when in the community and end up being recalled to prison. But I recognise that Clause 20 is partly an emergency mechanism to alleviate current capacity pressures. To provide that release at the 1/3 point must depend on engagement in purposeful activity might deprive Clause 20 of its utility, since the state of capacity and staffing crisis in prisons is such that access to such activity is severely limited. However, this means the burden of rehabilitating prisoners will fall exclusively on the probation service, who are already going to be on their knees with the upsurge in community sentences. And there's a massive danger that in trying to create more prison capacity with 1/3 release, the measure might actually diminish it because of the number of recalls. This is not fanciful. Take the number of prisoners who were released early last autumn under the government's emergency release scheme, STS 40. MOJ figures published on the 30th of October this year show that between April and June 2025, there were more than 11,500 releases under the STS 40 scheme and over 10,000 recalls, which is 15% higher than in the same quarter in 2024 and a record high. Although some of these recalls may have been unrelated to the scheme, the Department acknowledges that the unprecedented increase was likely driven partly by the implementation of STS 40. If there's been such an increase in recalls following early release at the 40% point, then how much worse might it be if prisoners are released at the 1/3 point under this bill? Meaningful, purposeful activity in prison before release would surely have reduced the number of such recalls. But I recognise the government is between a rock and a hard place here. On the one hand, they need to release more prisoners early so as to create more capacity, and on the other, they risk putting so much pressure on the probation service that a large number of released prisoners will be recalled to prison, thereby defeating the whole point of Clause 20. I don't know the answer to this in the short term, which must surely depend partly on a vast injection of new probation resources, the like of which we've never seen. But even then, you can't wave a magic wand to produce overnight significantly more trained probation officers with the experience to deal with the increased burden. Whatever the answer in the short term, it still leaves the long-term problem of how purposeful activity in prison can, at some future point, when capacity issues have subsided, be made a requirement before release at the 1/3 point. Otherwise, prisoners will have no incentive to participate in such activity, since Clause 20 will guarantee their release at the 1/3 point anyway. Something needs to be done now, since otherwise Clause 20 will continue, unless amended by a future bill, to require release at the 1/3 point, irrespective of whether or not prisoners have taken steps to rehabilitate. The burden of rehabilitating prisoners would then, for the foreseeable future, fall exclusively on the probation service. One suggestion, so as to build some flexibility into the system now, would be to insert an enabling power in Clause 20 for regulations to be made which at a future point, when capacity and resources allow, would enable Clause 20 to be modified so as to incorporate a requirement for purposeful activity. This would give the Department the option of modifying Clause 20 in the future without the need for a fresh bill. It would keep their options open, which is never a bad idea where prisons and probation are concerned.
My Lords, this is obviously a bill with good aims to reduce the prison population and put more resources into probation and rehabilitation. However, the problem is that the prison population is going up in the long term because governments keep coming up with new reasons to lock people up. We've had a lot of briefings on this particular bill, and a recurring theme across them is the issue of resourcing and capacity within the probation and rehabilitation system. Several organisations, notably Justice, stress that without significant investment in probation services and community-based interventions, the proposed reforms risk placing unrealistic demands on an already overstretched system. The Howard League for Penal Reform and the Prison Reform Trust cautions that while the bill may provide short-term relief to the prison estate, it will not be sufficient to address the long-term growth in the prison population, which is driven by sentence inflation and systemic pressures. For example, the government estimates that the sentencing bill will reduce demand for prison places by 7,500 places by 2028. This reduction is achieved through a combination of reforms, including changes to sentencing, release points, recall processes, and remand measures. Despite this, the prison population is still projected to increase by 2,000 people by 2029. Concerns that the proposed earned progression model risks becoming a mechanism that punishes poor behaviour is certainly valid, rather than genuinely rewarding good conduct. And there's the danger that adding additional days through prison adjudication system would result in a prisoner reaching the end of their sentence without the licence period. In addition, increasing the use of fixed-term recalls to prison isn't going to improve the situation for victims or the offenders. I've heard from those working with victims of domestic abuse about their fears for offenders being re-released without any assessment at all to the risk they pose to the people that they have offended against. And, of course, they're being put back on the streets and could commit crimes against other people. It certainly doesn't improve the lives of those being recalled. Sending somebody back to prison for 56 days doesn't allow them access to any offending behaviour work or reduce risks, but simply holds them in an overcrowded prison before they come back out, often having lost their accommodation and any progress they made before the recall. On the probation resources, there is a broad support across organisations for the presumption against short custodial sentences of 12 months or less, and for extending the court's powers to suspend custodial sentences of up to 3 years. The Justice briefing underlines the need for adequate resourcing of various services alongside guidance and training for practitioners. The Howard League, Justice and the Prison Reform Trust stress that the implementation of these provisions must ensure a genuine reduction in the use of custody rather than the reconfiguration of existing penalties. And Refuge urges government to ensure that domestic abuse offenders are exempted from the presumption against short custodial sentences and that appropriate monitoring arrangements are established. Now, while I welcome using rehabilitation measures in the community as opposed to in prisons, a clear theme runs through many of the briefings we've received, that without the serious investment, the proposed reforms risk collapsing under their own weight. And I would be very interested to hear the Noble Lord the Minister actually reassure us on that, because we could spend endless amounts of money, but if it's not spent in the right way, then it's a terrible waste. There are many issues that I wish I could pick up. The Howard League supports amendments to the Bail Act of 1976 designed to reduce unnecessary remand, particularly for pregnant women, primary caregivers and the victims of domestic abuse. Justice further advocates for the removal of the court's powers to remand individuals for their own protection, including children remanded on welfare grounds. Now, not included in the bill, for example, the Law Society highlights the opportunity for the government to revisit the resentencing of individuals serving indeterminate sentences for public protection, as previously recommended by the Justice Committee in 2022. As the Noble Lord the Minister knows well, IPP prisoners have been languishing in prison for petty crimes. IPP releases, in August, there were 172 freed for the first time, while it will take an estimated decade to free 2,544 prisoners still trapped in their sentences. I would like a commitment from the government about, if the government is keen on bringing down the number of prisoners, then please don't release men charged with domestic abuse and stalking who are repeatedly harassing women. And here are 3 things that the government could do instead. Abolish the draconian anti-protest laws that result in 5-year prison sentences for hanging a banner over a bridge. Reverse the prescription of Palestine Action, which has led to hundreds of arrests for sitting down peacefully and holding up signs. And personally, I want the Home Office focused on keeping violent prisoners in prison and letting peaceful protesters out on the streets, trying to make the world a better place.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Baroness. My Lords, I find myself speaking in the company of very distinguished and knowledgeable Noble Lords with a great deal of judicial experience and knowledge of the sentencing system in its widest sense. I am not in that company. I would venture to say, though, that I do have considerable sympathy with what the government is trying to achieve here. I do not understand the efficacy. I have doubts about the efficacy of ever longer prison sentences, and indeed about their purpose. And listening to the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, I allowed myself also a measure of doubt about whether we had a clear notion of the purpose of prison. After all, prison as we understand it is a relatively modern idea. It only goes back to Jeremy Bentham. It's a sort of 200-year experiment. And if the Right Reverend Prelate is going to give us an opportunity in the course of this bill to give some consideration to what we are actually trying to achieve with it and whether we're succeeding, that might actually be of some general benefit. But I really rise to speak to follow the speech so eloquently made by my noble friend Viscount Hailsham when he spoke about IP prisoners, a subject also referred to in her speech by the noble Baroness Lady Jones of Moulscombe. My Lords, this scandal continues to fester. At the height of the IPP regime, in 2012, there were 6,000 prisoners subject to the IPP regime. That figure has now, according to the latest figures supplied by the Ministry of Justice, that figure has now come down to 2,422 in custody. That's 14 years later. 1,476 of those are on recall. 946, nearly 1,000, have never been released. That's 14 years after the sentence was abolished. And many of them, I think nearly all of them now, are beyond the tariff that they deserved and were given at the time of their original sentencing. Many of them years and as much as a decade beyond the tariff that they were given. One has to acknowledge progress and goodwill. Undoubtedly, the noble Lord the Minister, but also his predecessors, I must say, from a previous government, have come to this task with great goodwill and with a wish, a recognition of the injustice and a wish to bring it to an end. But the furthest that they have been able to go when dealing with those prisoners who are in prison is an action plan, which has not materially changed with the change of government. The last government, as we know in the Victims and Prisoners Bill, made considerable progress in alleviating the position of prisoners who are out on licence. But my focus is on those who are not out on licence, but still in prison for one of the two reasons I've mentioned, either never released or on recall. The action plan has certainly seen a reduction in numbers. And even in the last year, numbers have been reduced. But if one focuses briefly on those who've never been released, the action plan is losing its effectiveness because one is getting to that number of prisoners who will always be a challenge for the probation system to approve for release, many of them because of mental health difficulties, many of them because of mental health difficulties acquired as a result of their experiences while serving the sentence. And so the challenge, I think, to the noble Lord the Minister is to recognise that there needs to be something over and above the action plan to help deal with these people and find some path back to giving them justice, simply. That is, justice being that you serve your sentence. You serve the sentence that arises as a result of the crime you've committed. And we see very little sign of that, but this bill offers us opportunities to do it. We have seen ideas. The Justice Committee and the Commons in the last government, late in the last government, had a proposal for resentencing. The noble Lord Woodley has a live private members' bill which would put that into effect. And we have great hopes, I think, in the report of the Howard League more recently, in a report chaired and supported by the noble and learned Lord Thomas of Cumgead, whom I'm glad to see in his place and due to speak later in this debate, which was described by my noble friend Lord Hailsham. Its essential effects, were described by my noble friend Lord Hailsham. And so the question for the Minister is whether he intends with vigour to take up some of these ideas that are being offered to him, whether he will use this bill as a means of doing so, whether he will enter into urgent... I can't criticise the Minister for failing to talk to noble lords. He has been very good about holding cross-party round tables. In fact, his secretary is in the process of organising another one for next month. He's been very good in that respect. But whether he will now sit down, as my noble friend suggested, in the course of this bill and engage in cross-party discussions as to how this bill can become a vehicle for addressing in particular those who have no hope of release, whether it be the recommendations of the Howard League or some other means. That would be a huge advance. And so I leave those thoughts with noble lords as something which I think it is a huge omission that so far the government has not included them in this bill. The noble Lord the Minister began by saying that they were not included, but I think there are elements, enough of us across the House, to see amendments tabled, perhaps with some effect, that would bring them back into the bill, because this is the opportunity in this parliamentary session to do that. And if this opportunity passes, then more time will be lost and more suffering, unjustified suffering, will be endured as a result of our lack of dispatch and engagement with this issue.
Noble Lord Moylan, who I think makes some very important points. But can I begin by joining the tributes that have been made to the noble Lady Baroness Newlove, who was a doughty supporter for the victims of crime and would be much missed, to David Gauke for his excellent report, and indeed also to the noble Lord the Minister, who's the noble Lord Berke said is a breath of fresh air and certainly could never be accused of kicking the can down the road. But my noble friend Lord Beath pointed out that on these benches we're very supportive of much of this bill, but we do have some concerns. However, rather than addressing the many concerns that others have raised, I would like to concentrate on a more general concern that I have got, and that is that we simply will not achieve the ends intended by the bill unless we supply the means to do so. And frankly, I am concerned that that currently is not the case. And I intend to illustrate it by reference to 3 recent reports by your Lordship's Justice and Home Affairs Committee, which I have the great privilege to chair. I will illustrate that in particular, the way in which all 3 reports have made absolutely clear that whenever a sentence is imposed on an offender, it should provide punishment, but also measures that reduce reoffending as a key means of keeping the public safe and reducing the prison population, as the noble Lord Carter was demonstrating very well earlier. The bill provides measures to replace short-term prison sentences. This was called for in the committee's report, Cutting Crime, Better Community Sentences, under the then chairmanship of my noble friend Baroness Hamway. After all, reoffending rates of prisoners released from short sentences is a staggering 61.2%. And that is after it has cost £53,000 for each prisoner. That is 13 times more expensive than the cost of community sentences. And as the noble Lady Baroness Prasher made very clear earlier on, while community sentences do have a much lower reoffending rate, the committee was clear that much needed to change if they are to reach their full potential of turning round the lives of offenders and supporting them to avoid reoffending. For example, many offenders have a key problem in relation to drug, alcohol and gambling addiction, or with mental health issues. And yet currently the provision of support for addiction services has fallen, and indeed fewer than 2% of those with mental health issues even start treatment. So the bill can propose an increase in non-custodial sentences, but that won't help reduce reoffending and so reduce the number of people in prison unless measures are in place to boost mental health and addiction support services. So I hope that the noble Lord the Minister, when he winds up, will explain how that is going to be done and how it will be funded. But, my lords, the greatest concern is in relation, as others have said, to the probation service. Now, the bill will require the probation services to manage many more issues, including a large increase in the number of community orders and a nearly doubling of the people being tagged. And yet the probation service is already facing significant shortfalls in staffing, and so is unable to do all of what is already being asked of them. The community sentence order is rarely given without a pre-sentence report. Yet because of staff shortages, the number of such reports has actually fallen very dramatically. So how can the bill expect a significant increase in the preparation of such reports if the service can't even cope with the current demand? So there is an urgent need to address staffing and retention in the probation service to cope with more pre-sentencing reports, more supervision of those on community orders, and more supervision of those who are going to be tagged. And without it, frankly, my lords, the probation service is being set up to fail. Now, the government did, of course, increase the number by 1,000 last year and has promised a further 1,300 this year. But these numbers, even with better use of new technology, is unlikely to meet the demand which some estimates suggest may be as many as 10,000. Now, the Minister may well point out, and he did in his opening remarks, to the promised £700 million over 4 years. But we still, my lords, have no clarity about how much of that is actually going to be spent on additional staff and their training. And I hope the Minister will provide clarity at the end of this debate. But it's likely that much of that money is going to be spent on housing, and therefore unlikely there will be enough to boost the staffing to the necessary levels required by the Bill's proposals. And in that respect, my lords, the financial impact assessment for the bill is deeply worrying. It says, and I quote, "Across all the bill's measures, the impact on probation is estimated to lead to a modest increase in average annual costs of £4.5 million. Surely, my lords, complete nonsense. But it does, of course, go on to say that there will be additional costs for increased tagging and supervision of prisoners released early through the progression model. But it goes on and says these costs are not provided. Rather, it says the costs of this expansion are being considered by the department as part of the funding allocations. My lords, being considered. What confidence can we have that the means will be provided to achieve the bill's aims? But additional funding for the probation service is not all that is needed for the expansion of the tagging work, not least to reduce reoffending. And the committee has made, as the Noble Baroness Prashar has said, a number of recommendations, including the need for a new electronic monitoring strategy. And given the lamentable performance of the current private contractors, we suggested that consideration should be given to bringing the management and operation of EM services under the control of the probation service, and if not that, at least there should be an increase in the number of private providers to increase competition. My lords, without these and other recommendations, alongside more funding and many more well-trained probation staff, there won't be a successful electronic monitoring expansion, there won't be a successful expansion of truly effective community services, and the probation service really will be being set up to fail. Now, my lords, the bill also aims to reduce the size of the prison population, but many offenders will of course still end up in prison, whereas recent media reports show the prison service is frankly already failing. But, my lords, this isn't surprising. As was clear from the committee's report, Better Prisons, Less Crime, much of the blame must lie with successive governments who have increased the level of sentences and failed to provide the service with staffing numbers and the support it needs. As prisoner numbers have risen, staffing levels have fallen. There are fewer prison officers now than even a year ago. We now know that 13% leave every year, half of them having spent less than a year in the service. Nor has the judiciary been given adequate support, so we now have a staggering 20% of the prison population comprising people on remand awaiting trial. But, my lords, a crucial way of reducing overcrowding is by reducing reoffending. And as the committee report reminds us, in addition to overcrowding, prisoners are often in bad and unsanitary conditions with a maintenance backlog of nearly £2 billion. And they face issues such as shortages of funds, gangs operating with impunity, drones undermining security, an alarming availability of drugs, and overstretched, inexperienced and demoralised staff in a service faced with a severe recruitment and retention crisis. So it's hardly surprising that prison staff have inadequate time and resources to provide prisoners with the support they need for mental health problems and addictions, or providing for them secure training and educational opportunities that can prepare them for life outside. In the absence of such support, it's no surprising that the committee pointed out that 80% of offending is re-offending. and that, it is estimated, costs £18 billion a year, and of course is a major contribution to the size of the prison population. So one of the best ways of reducing the prison population is through wider prison reforms, not least to reduce reoffending. Such reforms don't feature at all, of course, in the sentencing bill, but must be implemented alongside it. And the committee report provides many details about the reforms needed. But, my Lords, despite a fairly positive response to those recommendations, it is not entirely clear how well they will be implemented. After all, the government agreed with the committee's recommendation that there should be a wider access to more diverse range of educational opportunities in prisons, and then just a few weeks later announced plans to cut spending on prison education by 50%. My Lords, the bill contains some controversial but many welcome proposals, but it would be difficult to support them unless there is evidence that the means to implement them will be in place. At present, I believe that is open to question.
My Lords, I do so want to be able to welcome this sentencing bill. Instead, I feel rather despondent. But I would ask the Noble Lord the Minister, who I am something of a fan of, not to take that personally. The issue of sentencing matters. It matters to me, it matters to all of us here, and it matters to the public. And it's been rightly agitating the public of late. Recent debates have raged over controversial sentencing decisions. Should someone like Lucy Connolly, whose social media posts saw her sentenced to prison for longer than actual rioters who use violence against asylum hotels, is that the right kind of sentencing? Then there's the regular rows about whether some crimes are punished too lightly, mitigating circumstances used too liberally, about whether sentencing for serious offences such as sexual assaults or child abuse adequately reflect those heinous crimes. Conversely, many are concerned that some crimes are punished too heavily. Should activists be locked up for protesting? Are too many young people, too many women being locked up when better alternatives exist? Others worry about all the laws being pushed through Parliament that criminalise ever more activities. Over in the Crime and Policing Bill, we're seeing the creation of a plethora of new offences, such as respect orders, the breach of which can lead to 2 years in prison. So there's plenty for us to discuss and debate in relation to sentencing. In that spirit, I welcome the bill's attempt to clip the wings of the Sentencing Council. Debating sentencing is our responsibility, not a Quango's. And I agree with the Lady Chief Justice's point that any sentencing framework needs greater democratic oversight. And, quote, policy must be set by parliamentarians who answer to the people. Well, let's be frank, the people are tearing their hair out about the mess that parliamentarians are making of sentencing and of prisons as we speak. The now weekly revelations of prisoners being freed from jail by mistake makes a mockery of our deliberations here. I mean, what's the point of hours and hours pondering sentencing if, once sentenced, the system is going to let them go by accident? And these aren't harmless lags. Of the 262 released by accident in the year March 24 to 25, 87 were convicted of violence against a person and 3 for sexual offences. And never mind the accidental releases, we've also witnessed the travesty of an emergency release scheme that's seen 38,000 prisoners released early for no other reason than official mismanagement of prisons. And then there's another anomaly. Too many criminals aren't being caught to be sentenced, not because they're criminal masterminds, but because the forces of criminal justice seem to have abandoned swathes of the country to lawlessness. All of us will know friends, family, colleagues whose stolen phones, laptop, bikes are fitted with tracker devices, but when reported to the police, receive and say, "I know where it is, officer, and who has it?" The police shrug and do nothing. And don't mention those many instances of mass shoplifting, such a scourge in so many communities, yet ignored by the authorities. These are criminals missing from our sentencing consideration because of state negligence, and the public would be inevitably frustrated. So with this backdrop, it just feels a bit surreal and demoralising to be asked to have a meaningful debate about sentencing policy. But ever hopeful, I'm hoping that we can try to dig deeper, as this second reading has done, to consider all sides, philosophically as it were. Are ever longer prison sentences the key to tackling crime, or is prison itself, as the Minister implies, creating more criminals than it's rehabilitating? But I'm worried that those proper debates, that this bill itself avoids them. And despite what the Minister says, this bill will hem us in, because the government's justification for the bill is all hooked on the problem of prison capacity and overcrowding. We're told, quote, we can't build our way out of a crisis without significant reform. Demand for places will outstrip supply by early 2028. It's posited as a technical problem. And what's demoralising is we're basically being told that we've got no choice but to reform by reducing sentences. And regardless of what we think, or if we disagree, we're met with the retort, is the overcrowding crisis stupid? And so the proposals in the bill are all about reducing sentences, not based on principle, but for technocratic ends, with contested evidence, with a contested evidence base, and without the resources, as we've heard. One of the key proposals is to reduce by a further 10% early releases of fixed-term sentences. So the public are already bewildered about why it's so routine to release prisoners after only 50% of their time inside. Then the government's recent emergency release scheme lopped off another 10%, which has meant that tens of thousands have been freed after serving 40%. And now this bill suggests a further 10% reduction to 30%. How can this do anything but make a mockery of sentencing? If someone is given a sentence of 15 years and will be out in 5, what's the point of the original 15-year sentence in the first place? Then Clause 1 introduces a presumption against the use of short sentences, short custodial sentences of 12 months or less. So you get sentenced to a year in prison, but you won't go to prison. And meanwhile, suspended sentences will be expanded from 2 to 3 years. Listen, I'm often on the prison reform side of such policies, and there may well be merit to bringing in either of these measures, or even the leaked revelations that the majority of women prisoners should not be incarcerated. But the government's emphasis on freeing up space in prisons to justify such moves is likely to sideline the need to persuade the public, who might well query if these policies will weaken deterrence or threaten public safety. Hiding behind the Damocles sword of an overcrowding crisis seems to be an evasion of political accountability and could well fuel public cynicism. The choice of sentence has a real-world consequence. Take the case of Brahim Kader Sherif, the Algerian sex offender mistakenly released from HMP Wandsworth, a repeat offender and visa overstayer when he was convicted in November 24 for indecent exposure. He was then put on the sex offenders register for 5 years, fair enough, but his sentence was only an 18-month community order. That non-custodial sentence does not meet the threshold for automatic deportation. So when people ask, why was he even in the country to offend, the answer is sentencing choices. I have some worries that community orders and suspended sentences forced through, not based on efficacy, but because we're told there's no room to lock people up, will create even more problems. The Secretary of State, David Lammy, talks of, quote, expanding effective sentencing outside of prison. What does that mean, expanding effective sentencing outside of prison? It sounds as though communities are now expected to accommodate quasi-militarised security and surveillance regime. And it seems that convicts in the community who can now be banned from certain pubs, attending sports and other public events, confined to restrictive geographical zones, and of course, more use of electronic monitoring, that sounds to me more like prison than freedom. And as the noble Lord Sandhurst has asked, who is going to monitor all these provisions and supervise a huge influx of prisoners into our communities? It seems delusional to rely on an already overstretched probation services, as we've heard so eloquently expressed by so many people, particularly, I thought, the noble Lord Foster of Bath just summed up what the problems were. The problem of probation gaps is one reason why we shouldn't fool ourselves or the public that by saying that we're going to use community resources and sentences as an alternative to incarceration is always humane, progressive or effective. This was the presumption of the Mental Health Bill, but as we debated that bill earlier this year, the review of the Valdo Calacone case was published. Catastrophic errors in his medical treatment in the community led to schizophrenic Mr. Calacone stabbing 3 innocent people to death. So we shouldn't romanticise what punishment in the community means. Finally, and the Minister won't be surprised to hear that I can't finish the speech without noting that when sentencing policy goes wrong, it can wreck the lives of so many people, including prisoners, and discredit criminal justice. The imprisonment for public protection, the IPP, was a sentence brought in 2003. So wrong-headed and such a stain on our justice system that it was abolished, and yet here we are 13 years later after that abolition with, as we've heard, 2,500 prisoners still languishing on a sentence that went wrong. If I could just finish by quoting that even the Prison Officers Union has hit out at the government for clinging on to this grossly unjust sentence. And the National Association of Prison Officers, representing probation officers, has called on the government to finish the job. I'd really hope that we should use this bill to finish the job when it comes to IPP. Prison overcrowding, you say? Surely the state can let out some obvious candidates, that is, at least some, or quite a lot, of the IPP prisoners.
My Lords, I rise as co-chair of the Justice Union Parliamentary Group to very broadly welcome this bill as a logical and rational response to the serious problems of prison overcrowding and of years, even decades, of sentence inflation. I'll focus my remarks on 2 areas, if I may, on concerns with the bill expressed to me by the Justice Unions, especially NAPO, the National Association of Probation Officers, and also on something seriously lacking from the bill, which has already been pointed out, namely a viable way to wipe away the vile stain of IPP sentences. First, I wish to echo the concerns raised in the other place on probation capacity, unpaid work and electronic monitoring, following warnings by NAPO, which led to 3 amendments tabled, as the Minister knows, at committee and report stages. The first of these gave the Chief Inspector the power to delay any aspect of this bill that places extra pressure on probation until the service is indeed ready. The second stopped the private sector profiting from the expansion of unpaid work orders or community sentences, which are only run by probation, charities, local authorities or other non-profit organisations. And the third aimed to bring tagging operations into the public sector probation service and out of the hands of the failing and corrupt privateers like Serco and G4S. On this point, my Lords, I note last week's letter to ministers from the Justice and Home Affairs Committee warning that probation is being, and I quote, set up to fail with electronic monitoring. It also called for an independent review on tagging with a view to operating parallel contracts managed by a fully funded and supported probation service, something staff would very much agree with. I have no doubt about that. My Lords, I raise these points today because, unfortunately, none of the concerns were addressed during the debates in the other place, nor has the promised union meeting with Commons ministers materialised. That's what I believe, Minister. I hope that by putting all this on record, the noble Lord the Minister will appreciate the depth of feeling amongst frontline staff on these issues and seek to reassure them appropriately. Turning, if I may please, to IPP. The contributions I've listened to in here from Lord Hailsham talking about progress, but, and a big but, but giving a tremendous overview of IPB and its potential way forward was tremendous. My noble friend Lord Moreland and Baroness Jones's contributions, as always on this subject, was outstanding, and I thank them on behalf of prisoners and their relatives. Your Lordships, you will know I am currently sponsoring a private member's bill, as has been mentioned, to re-sentence everyone still serving these torture sentences. And IPP re-sentencing was debated when the bill that we are discussing today passed through the Commons, with different amendments proposed by, wait for it, the Liberal Democrats and by the chair of the Justice Select Committee. Although the power of the whip meant these initiatives were unsuccessful. I believe it's important to continue to use this bill to highlight the plight of IPPs, both to pressure the government and to continue to raise public awareness. And that's why I do intend to table my own amendment on IPP resentencing based on the text of my bill and incorporating the helpful amendments proposed by noble members of the committee. These include the secure hospital backstop proposed by my noble friend Lady Fox, so that anyone who resentencing court considers to be mentally ill to be released into the community yet can be moved to a secure hospital to receive badly needed therapeutic resources. I wish to table this new amendment because I want the government to put their objections to it on the record, for them to be judged fully and fairly in the future by action on IPPs, not just warm words and slow actions, which unfortunately is still the case at the moment. My Lords, it genuinely pains me to say this, but I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith that Parliament will fix this appalling injustice the Parliament themselves created well over 20 years ago. That doesn't mean we should give up fighting. No, not at all. We must fight harder for fairness and indeed for justice. But until we see an IP docudrama made about this scandal, like Mr Bates, or until MPs' mailboxes are full of messages from constituents, until then, I believe our best hope lies with the courts, and for them to show the justice and mercy that successive governments have failed to do so. And that's why it's so important for the noble Lord, the Minister, to explain the government's position fully and fairly on why it won't support resentencing with a secure hospital backstop. And as perverse as it might sound, the more stubborn and unreasonable the government sounds, the more likely I believe that it is that the judiciary will side with those of us who are desperate to end this injustice. And indeed, so will the United Nations, who are currently considering a complaint brought about by IPP campaigners against our own government. Shameful. Shameful. My Lords, people on IPPs and their families know there are a growing number of us in this House and any other place who will not give up until this stain is wiped clean. And you'd better believe that. In finishing, I repeat really what Baroness Chakrabarti said. Compliments to our Minister, who deserves praise where praise is due, but I look forward to the Minister's response and to a further debate on these issues as the bill progresses at our next IPP update on the 10th of December.
My Lords, in this second reading debate, I will open by speaking about women who can't speak for themselves and highlight what I think are two significant omissions. But first, may I associate myself with the comments on IPP sentences made by the noble Lord Woodley, who I've had the pleasure to follow, and others. I'd never heard of these until I held my first MP surgery, and I was visited by a prisoner's mother. She told me the whole sorry story. I was totally shocked, and I never understood why the last government, which I served in as a junior minister, didn't fix this. It's a matter of deep regret to me. And I wish we had done something about it while we had the chance. But I want to pay tribute to the campaigners and families that I had the privilege of working alongside while I served as safeguarding minister. Poppy Devi Waterhouse was just 24 when she was stabbed over 100 times by her ex-boyfriend in her own home. Her killer, who had subjected her to coercive and controlling behaviour, received a minimum term of 16 years. Joanna Simpson was bludgeoned to death by her estranged husband in front of their children, and he received 13. And these aren't isolated tragedies, my lords. They are the visible tip of a system that still treats domestic homicide as less grave than other murders. And the families of these women, particularly Carol Gould and Julie Devi, who lead the Killed Women campaign, have fought for years to expose this injustice, and I thank them for briefing me ahead of this debate. Their campaign has attracted support from across the House and in the other place, and it's revealed how many domestic murders involve what forensic experts call overkill. That's multiple stab wounds, strangulation, bludgeoning, and coercive control. And yet those killings, which are often triggered when the victim tries to end a relationship, attract lower starting points than murders of strangers in the street. A man who takes a knife out of his house, intending to use it in public, starts the penalty for that, the murder, starts from 25 years. But if that same knife is already in his kitchen drawer and he uses it to kill his partner after years of coercive control, the starting point is still just 15 years. The Killed Women campaign asks that murders following a history of coercive or controlling abuse attract the same 25-year starting point as other aggravated murders, and that the justice system collects and publishes data on domestic homicides to track patterns and ensure consistency. We did begin looking at this issue, my lords, in the Wade Review in the last government, and I do understand how many factors are at play in the sentencing framework, as of course we've heard from many learned members of your Lordship's House. But this bill is precisely the place to act, and it is disappointing that the government hasn't used the vehicle in front of us now. While in opposition, I was often opposed by the now Safeguarding Minister, Jess Phillips. She argued passionately and repeatedly for reforms to toughen sentences for domestic homicide and to close the gap between murders committed in the home and those committed with a knife on the street. And at the time, she called these measures essential to deliver justice for victims of domestic homicide. But my lords, now she sits in government, she and her ministerial colleagues are noticeable by their silence on this issue. The Killed Women campaign said last December, "We were told the Law Commission review will take at least 3 years to complete, delayed by a lack of resources. So realistically, we won't see significant change until the next decade. So much for the current government's pledge to halve violence against women and girls." So I hope the government will reconsider their approach to this and come back to this at committee stage. Let us now turn to the second omission in this bill, and that's the absence of explicit recognition of what is, in my view, the egregiously named honour-based abuse in our sentencing regime. Let us just take one example. 20-year-old Samaya Begum was murdered by her uncle in Bradford. The judge said it was impossible to identify a motive, even though she'd been under a forced marriage protection order. And without honour recognised in law, the very reason for her death was absent from the courtroom. There are many, many more such cases, my lords. And we usually prefix this term, honour-based abuse, by saying so-called, because of course there's nothing honourable about such abuse. It's often family orchestrated, community endorsed, and underpinned by the appalling logic that a woman who asserts her independence has brought shame on her family, shame that must be cleansed through violence. And according to Carmen Ivana, who run the National Helpline, around 80 to 85% of callers identify with a South Asian heritage, Pakistani, Indian and Bangladeshi, and around 90% are from Muslim, Sikh or Hindu backgrounds combined. There are also victims that include white British, Eastern European, Christian and traveller women, but data is very scant and patchy, my lords. What we know is that this form of abuse is found wherever patriarchal or collectivist values override individual rights. These are values alien to the freedoms we hold dear in Britain. But we mustn't shy away from these facts for fear of offending people, because we saw, in the context of grooming gangs, how the denial of cultural and communal drivers allowed abuse to persist for years in plain sight. An estimated 12 women a year are murdered in the UK to defend so-called honour, but these cases are too often hidden in wider domestic homicide statistics. And I had the privilege of being the minister who took the Marriage and Civil Partnership Act through the other place, outlawing forced child marriage, and I know we can legislate when the will exists. And again, back in 2024, then Labour shadow ministers proposed new clauses to make honour-based violence an explicit aggravating factor in sentencing for murder, ensuring courts recognise its motive and the community pressures behind it. Justice Phillips again described it as essential to deliver justice. And again, the government now have not acted. Furthermore, the promised violence against women and girls strategy, due in so-called summer or autumn, we're now in November, has still not been published. The Domestic Abuse Commissioner said in September, halving violence against women and girls within a decade is an ambitious and laudable target, but this strategy is still delayed. No major funding is announced for specialist domestic abuse services, and I fail to see where the momentum within government is coming from. So can I finish by asking the government, when will it fulfil its commitment to ensuring honour-based abuse is an aggravated factor in sentencing? If not in this bill, when? When will it fulfil its commitment to levelling up domestic homicide sentencing? Again, if not in this bill, when? And when will it finally publish the long-promised violence against women and girls strategy, which of course is not directly in the sentencing bill, but of course must include many elements connected to sentencing policy? My lords, these reforms are overdue. The women whose names I've mentioned this evening deserve not just to be remembered, but to have the law changed.
My lords, I begin with some declarations of interest, notably as the founder and vice president of Catch-22, which is the largest community preventative agency for those young potential offenders, and before that, the chairman and founder of Crime Concern, which I served for 21 years before creating Catch-22, and now, as the Minister knows, because he came to see it, the founder of My Brother's Keeper, particularly working in 14 prisons across the UK in the last year, and especially in HMP ISIS, where for the last 2.5 years our team has seen a 30% reduction in violence in what was one of the most despairing prisons, now one of the most positive. I spent 37 years visiting prisons and intensely, over the last 11 years, encountered hundreds of men who tell me their very personal and very deep and serious stories. And I have to say that I don't see in this bill yet any substantial vision for what reform should look like or the value of sentencing to change our culture of fear about crime. Now, I want to pay tribute to the Minister for his very engaging efforts with so many of us about issues of concern that we feel very deeply. He's open, he's effective, he communicates with us well, and I realise that we all do that he's doing a really good job against what seems to be a lack of government vision on the subject. What we see from his second boss, his new boss, is a lot of excuse-making about what is not working, and from his previous boss, a crowing enthusiasm for 130,000 prison places. So I want to ask the Minister, does he still now believe that we need 130,000 prison places, and are we proud of that fact? Surely we should be ashamed of wanting to grow our prison estate unless we're replacing old, antiquated, rat-filled prisons. Why do we want to become the most incarcerating state after the United States in the world? That cannot be a good outcome. The reason I raise this is because I don't feel that after all the hype the last government gave us, the promise of a Royal Commission on Criminal Justice, promised in 2019 in the Conservative Manifesto, declared in the Queen's speech in 2019, repeated 6 times in questions in this House, but never done. So here we are all these years on with no Royal Commission, and what I would only best describe in this bill as a migraine-making management role of measures. In other words, add, change, but don't substantially transform. Of course, it is better to have more effective, shorter sentences and to have a more brilliant, engaged probation service. No one is going to dispute that that will improve things. But the real problem, identified by so many already in this debate, is the pressure on repeat offending. And that pressure on repeat offending, and besides IPP, which I shall come back to, on repeat offending, where we're churning people back into a system where change has not substantially happened. The Minister rightly quoted, and let's be grateful for it, that there are mechanisms in Texas for which we can see good outcomes. And let's copy the best of all of those mechanisms. But I went, as the Minister knows, to Colombia last year, to Medellin, to Pablo Escobar's former prison, and to many other prisons in Colombia. And I saw a major difference between government prisons with a repeat offending rate at around 70%, slightly higher than our own, but prisons run by the Prison Fellowship Network, both in Brazil and in Colombia and in Nigeria, where I visited them as well, with a repeat offending rate of 17%. And if charities and organizations that recognize that dignity changes people's outcomes and how people are reformed means they don't come back, we must ask the question, why are we building more prison places to keep people in rather than investing in better second chances processes as well as relationships that will lead to an effective culture of reform, rehabilitation, positive, affirmed relationships, and set people free to become citizens again in a positive culture of renewal. And here I identify so closely with the Bishop of Gloucester's speech, in which he recognised that the relationships needed is what will fulfil that transformation. My own experience in the 37 years of prison visiting and the last intense 10 years of weekly prison engagement is that I've seen fantastic individuals who were the worst of people completely changed in some of the best of friends. And it is possible, deliverable, and cheap to do. Confidence building does not require millions and billions, but it does require us to stop, and the government to stop, panicking the public constantly about those who come out of prison. Regular prison releases are all the time a weekly experience. But when the government set about releasing larger numbers, it was as though this had never been done before. And we were led to believe that this was a crisis measure. Yes, in some ways a crisis measure, but what about suggesting that actually we don't need to panic the public severely? We need to build a better process of renewal and reform. I want to touch on three other areas, if I may, in the time. Firstly, recalls back, and probation, as the bill sets out, being expanded. Yes, we're grateful for that. More money for probation. Yes, of course, better training, etc. But as the Minister knows, it is so easy and too easy for probation officers to press the panic button when they're not coping well, when they don't feel they're getting compliance from a former offender, and to go bang them, send them back to court. I won't reveal the full name, but let me just say his first name is Jordan, finally finding out yesterday that after 63 days recalled to prison on completely ridiculous, non-verifiable information, back to a prison in Oxford from having been a DCAT prisoner, having done 16 years of effective change, banged back up by a probation officer's bad misjudgment, now recognised 9 weeks later, only told yesterday he'll finally be out on Friday. People like that constantly, because a probation officer panics, fears, and doesn't engage relationally with the individual, drives them back. Overreach is not dealt with in this bill. I want to urge the Minister, please, to not just consider how to get more probation officers or how to train probation officers, but how to prevent probation officers being the ones who have the absolute control. Many members in this debate have already mentioned there is a real need that recall to prison should be up to the courts. It shouldn't be up to individuals who, under high stress, see too many back inside. Remand is an area, thirdly, that is absolutely driving our prisons round the twist. I understand from information that was on Radio 4 yesterday that 40% of the youth estate is entirely based on remand. We used to have the principle in the United Kingdom that we believed that you were innocent until proven guilty. We now have multitudes of young men, largely, who are guilty and possibly may never be seen as innocent. Hard trials taking years to arise. I want to say, fourthly, about the possibility mentioned in the bill of the shaming by photograph and name identification of people on community sentences. That can never be right. Any one of us who has worked with people who have had a community sentence, who are working through it to change and improve their lives, who are doing their duty fairly, to shame them in public is to destroy their relationships, their community place, to see them at high risk, and also to put their children at severe risk. That is just bad politics and needs to be taken out of this bill. And may I say lastly on IPP, where so much has been said, we all believe that Lord Woodley's bill in an amendment should be fully supported. We should see a resentencing exercise. It is the worst gross injustice, yes, by the last Labour government, but not corrected properly by the last Conservative government, and now left as literally a big black hole of fearsome and painful places for individuals. We need a Nightingale courts process. If we could do it for the postmasters, who rightly deserve fairness and justice, let's do it for IPP, people who are still on the sentence and still in prison. And based on the calculations given by the Ministry of Justice, it will take 8 years, 8 more years, to see everyone out who should be out. That is way beyond this government's turn. Please, Minister, let's settle it, resolve it, bring it to an end, keep the public safe by admitting, honestly, that not everybody who's been to prison is an awful person. Some are great.
My Lords, I want to start on the Sentencing Council, and I want to say how sad and unfortunate it is that we have lost the Lord Justice Sir William Davis, who sadly died on the 7th of June. I believe that William Davis was a very fine public servant, and if anybody wants to assess what might be thought about him and his legacy, I think they should read his letter, 5-page letter, of the 27th of March, written to the Lord Chancellor, which sets out the Sentencing Council's position in relation to the demands which were at that time being made by the Lord Chancellor. It's not any part of my intention to go into the details of that disagreement, but just simply to say both how sad it is and what an unfortunate loss it is that Sir William is no longer with us. In talking about the Sentencing Council, I must say I admire both the Council and the scheme that was set up in the Act of 2009 and the work which has been done subsequent to the setting up of that scheme. I think the Council has done a fine job in its 15-year history. Now, I won't go into my reasons for saying that, because your Lordships only need to read Lord Burnett's speech in order to have a full description of why. But I would like to go on by saying, in the opening speeches, the Minister seemed to me to be making some sort of a move from what I have identified as a sort of panic stations response of the government to the circumstances which have taken place since last March. And I hope I'm right, and I will read what he said very carefully, and also, of course, what he said in his response to the debate. But then I have to say with some trepidation, it's difficult for a backbench member of the Conservative Party, who has been a speaking member of the Conservative Party for 75 years, to make a speech when my noble friend on the front bench has said nothing whatever about clauses 18 and 19. And these are the two clauses which have been slipped into this bill as the civil service can advise ministers to do, in order to warn us about what it may be intended to do about the status of the Sentencing Council, which is a statutory, non-departmental public body. And so the rest of what I'm going to say is some interpretation that you might put on what the intention is. And it may be best if I go straight to the two questions that I was going to ask the Minister anyway, and then go back and explain why these are the questions that I'm asking. My first question is, what is the democratic deficit which Clause 19 seeks to correct, and how has it come about? And the second question is, how and when is it intended to implement 19 whilst keeping the confidence of the judiciary and the public intact? I think I was subject to the 1983 Heritage Act, when a considerable number of non-departmental public bodies were put into place. And I became the chairman of the Royal Botanic Gardens queue when it was turned into a non-departmental public body. And of course, any interpretation of the government's position which implies that the fact that Parliament delegates some authority to a non-departmental body creates a democratic deficit is a very serious accusation. And I believe that, as has been said by this government, raises a constitutional issue. I don't think there's any precedent for a non-departmental public body having its purpose reversed. And that is, in effect, what would happen if the Council is no longer issuing definitive guidance. That guidance is, in effect, being issued by ministers. And that seems to me to be a constitutional issue, and I think if there isn't a precedent, it's very serious. And secondly, I very much hope, for example, that the Constitution Committee of this House has a look at the implications. And I think that's probably enough about what may, I think, indeed be a constitutional issue. But I think the challenge to the Council, which hasn't in fact been criticised for any form of democratic deficit, it has had, as I have seen it, the confidence of the judiciary, and that's very important. It has been responsible for providing information and trying to interpret that information as an assistance to the people who pass sentences. And I have no comment to make on sentences as such, but simply to say that that is what the Council has done. It has provided information, and indeed, if noble lords were to read the letter of the 27th of March, it is Sir William's argument which says, we have never interfered with policy, and it is no part of our purpose to interfere in policy. We are here to provide information as a form of guidance. And of course, nobody has to obey our guidance. It is guidance. It is not in any way enforceable. And I think that's a very, very important point. And so, my lords, in conclusion, I am puzzled. I don't understand why the government is taking the position that it is taking in relation to the Sentencing Council. It seems to me that the Sentencing Council is a fine body, has done a very good job up to date, and that there is no reason to suppose that it cannot continue. But of course, if it is no longer to be responsible and accountable for issuing definitive guidance, then I regret to say that amounts to a death sentence.
My lords, may I first pay tribute to Baroness Newlove. She brought to the office of Victims Commissioner an enormous energy, and she will be greatly missed. Secondly, may I follow Lord Burnett in declaring my interest also as a President of the Sentencing Council, and also my interest in having been appointed by the Government of Wales to chair a commission on justice in Wales for the people of Wales. I have also contributed to one or two bits of work, as has already been said this evening, in relation to the issues in this bill. May I first say I welcome the bill, but we must see it in its context. What we really need is a reappraisal of our whole sentencing system, as so many people have said. But we can't get there in one step. And so this bill should be seen as a step. What we need to do is to look and see why are we now imposing sentences that are vastly greater than the tough old judges I remember 30 years ago. They were thought to be very tough. But obviously these days they'd be plastered over the popular newspapers as softies. Why have we done this? It's a question we should ask ourselves. But we should ask ourselves more importantly about the consequences, which is there aren't the resources in the prisons to do what the prisons should be doing, and in the probation service, which is now going to have a great deal more to do. So we must see this in context. I welcome it. I pay tribute to the Minister for bringing it forward, and to David Gauke for the tremendous amount of work that he has done. There is much to be welcomed. I think that the provisions in respect of deferred and suspended sentences will enable the Sentencing Council, which I hope will be given its independence to continue, and the judiciary to develop deferred sentencing and get right suspended sentences. I also welcome the reality of trying to make the public understand community orders are a punishment. Because if we don't get that right, there is a real risk that that judges and magistrates will suspend sentences under 12 months. And of course, a suspended sentence increases the risk of incarceration if subsequent offences are committed. This is a very important consideration, which experience has shown we must not overlook. But having said that, I think there are one or two observations I'd like to make in more general terms, judged by two principles. The first is that sentencing is part of a system of justice, and we must show that this bill is a just bill. And secondly, I want to address the question of practicality and resources. And the first question that relates to the justice of this bill obviously relates to IPPs. Now, I pay tribute to the Minister for what he has done to try and invigorate the action plan. But the action plan will not achieve justice and remedy an injustice in a period that is just. And I think there are four short points in the light of everything that has been said that I would like to make. First, this sentence has been accepted to be wrong in principle. How can we as a nation continue to punish people under a sentence that is wrong in principle? There is no justification for that. Secondly, there is a misunderstanding about this sentence. I think people who write about it now simply don't understand what it did and how it worked. It was not a sentence that punished serious violent or serious sexual offending. If we look back at the sentences, the tariffs that were given, you find that they are of the order, in some cases, of 16 or 18 months. It's absurd to say that these are serious offences. You look at the tariff, and I think it's a misunderstanding also of the circumstances in which it came to be imposed. Thirdly, it's now required that those who are subject to a punishment that we accept is wrong are required to prove that they're not, effectively prove they're not dangerous. But people who commit exactly the same offences before 2005 or were sentenced after 2012 don't have to prove that. How can that be just? It fails on that score. And finally, there is the responsibility of the department, and that is continuing this sentence in a means that has made those who languish in prison without knowing when they're to be released more dangerous. And that is the responsibility of the government, and it should acknowledge that. I look forward, and I hope we will see a cross-party dialogue on this matter, because what we must do is find a solution. On the question of justice, there are three other short points I wish briefly to make. Firstly, the system of earned progression and of the way in which punishments are to be added to must be subject to detailed study and detailed dissemination before we pass this bill. It's got to be just and seen to be just. Secondly, it seems to me important we think again about deporting offenders without them being punished. We don't want this to become a nation where people can shoplift for nothing, or worse still, commit serious crimes and return, of course, courtesy of a taxpayer-funded travel without any consequence. And so much has been said about the Sentencing Council. I don't wish to add anything to that. This was I was present when it was all negotiated. It was a carefully constructed balance of the power of Parliament, of the power of ministers, and of the duties and responsibilities of justice, of the judges. Getting the constitutional balance right was achieved. We should not upset it by an unfortunate incident about which the least said, the soonest mended. Let's just give this up. And so those are the points I wanted to make about judging this bill by reference to justice. Two other quick points in relation to the other principle. Does it produce the realities and reflect the realities? First of all, it seems to me that we must look at IPPs through the reality of resources. They are taking up room in prison, and they are taking up probation officer time. We need to adjust and look at the costs of that, quite different from the priceless attributes of justice. Secondly, it seems to me that we must be sure that there is adequate funding for what is to be done. That point has been very strongly made, and it's no point in me repeating it. But third, can I say something about Wales? I fear at times we're back in the 19th century, and the famous entry in Encyclopaedia Britannica about Wales, see England. But Wales is different, and different in the form of the way in which all other home affairs, other than, for example, probation and other aspects of justice, are dealt with. There is a different system. Now, I think it was the position of the last government, and it now appears to be the position of this government, that you can't give consideration to what the commission I chaired recommended and which the Welsh Government were happy with in respect of probation. There were a whole lot more, but I just want to concentrate on probation. Why can't you devolve probation? I want to raise this issue. It seems to me an important one, and I would like to know why the government won't give Wales the benefit of what England has. I welcome the bill, but there are things we must do to put it right.
My Lords, I echo the tributes made to the noble Lady Baroness Newlove. Our thoughts are with all of her family today. This bill is important. The UK has one of the highest rates of imprisonment in Europe and one of the highest rates of reoffending. People in our prisons are not typical of people in Britain. They are more likely to have grown up in a family facing financial hardship, more likely to have poor literacy and numeracy skills, more likely to not have a job. They are more likely to have been homeless or in unstable housing, more likely to have suffered from a mental health issue, more likely to have had a drug or alcohol addiction problem, and they are more likely to have suffered childhood abuse or trauma. These are the differences before they enter prison. There are some amazing people and some amazing organisations, some of which have already been mentioned, working to help people address some of these situational factors that increase the likelihood of people offending again. Programmes such as Stand Out, Clean Slate Solutions and Recruitment Junction all help transform people's lives and stand as examples of what can be done. These programmes, although significant for the lives they've turned around, are still the exception rather than the norm. David Gauke's review into sentencing rightly made 3 points I particularly want to draw out. Firstly, that focusing on rehabilitation and moving to greater use of community sentences could be, in some instances, a way of reducing reoffending. There's significant evidence, as has been mentioned, that short custodial sentences in particular often do more to increase the chances of reoffending, likely for all the obvious reasons: cutting people off from social ties, exposing them to more serious offenders and placing a stigma around them. Secondly, that efficiency matters, and we should prioritise focusing expensive prison places on those most serious offenders who pose the greatest risk to public safety. Thirdly, importantly, he points out that, and I quote, "The overwhelming consensus from the evidence the review has gathered is that rehabilitative support in the community is in many cases the most effective way to reduce reoffending. This relates to the services offenders are required to engage with when serving a sentence in the community or released into the community on licence following a custodial sentence." In theory, the bill seeks to address these points. I am, though, concerned that good intentions are not enough. The provisions of this bill and the government policies that sit alongside need to go further in establishing the adequacy of supervision, providing accountability, and crucially, again, as has been mentioned numerous times, guaranteeing resourcing. If this is to make any real difference to reoffending and not simply to make the problem worse. I would be grateful if the noble Lord the Minister could address the following points specifically that pick up on these themes which have been raised many times now. Firstly, on electronic monitoring. This bill relies heavily on electronic monitoring working, yet this is an area that historically has been rife with problems. What guarantees can he make that there will be a step change in monitoring to ensure its adequacy? Will he consider what further provisions can be set out in the bill to address this point? Secondly, on the role of community and voluntary organisations. Clinks estimate there are close to 2,000 community and voluntary organisations operating in the criminal justice sector. Scaling the capacity of these organisations will be crucial in delivering the reduction in reoffending this bill is seeking to address, yet the bill says nothing about them. Will the noble Lord consider introducing a suite of policies to sit alongside this bill to ensure that voluntary and community organisations engaged in the delivery of community rehabilitation services are adequately supported and resourced to perform their functions under it? This could include policies such as a move away from short-term contracting towards multi-year unrestricted grant funding. As has been mentioned earlier, a rebalancing away from national commissioning to regional commissioning, and greater use of co-commissioning, where funds can be pooled between departments. Will he also consider what measures could be included within the bill to hold the government accountable for the adequacy of resourcing to the sector? Thirdly, looking at assessment and accountability. Sentences in an area that would benefit from more of an evidence-based approach, something again that has been discussed. Its vital resources are focused on measures that are most effective at reducing reoffending. Will the noble Lord the Minister consider what more can be done either within the bill itself or alongside it to ensure that robust assessment is made of the effect of different combinations of requirements in reducing reoffending? And will he commit that this assessment and any associated reporting mechanism will then have an impact on how future resources in the system are allocated? Finally, turning to the question of resourcing. This bill is intended in part to reduce reoffending. In order to do so, it will need to dramatically transform the level of support offenders are given to turn their lives around, tackling very entrenched and multifaceted practical challenges, from addiction to poor literacy. As the Institute for Government notes, the bill shifts the weight of responsibility for much more of this into the community. The noble Lord the Minister has committed that alongside this bill, £700 million will be deployed into the probation service over the spending review period. Yet no detailed breakdown of how the £700 million will be spent has been published. What reassurances can he give that this amount will be adequate? And will he commit to publish a breakdown of how this money will be spent? In closing, I would reiterate, the objectives of this bill as they relate to reducing reoffending are welcome. The specific provisions of this bill, though, and the policy and commitments that sit alongside it do not go far enough in explaining or guaranteeing how this greater focus on transformation in the community will happen. I would urge the government to consider how it can strengthen this bill and associated policies to ensure there's proper accountability, reporting and adequate resourcing to prevent the measures contained in this bill from making a difficult situation worse.
My Lords, I would like to pay tribute to Baroness Newlove. I've had the privilege of working alongside her when I was the Children's Commissioner and she was the Victims Commissioner. And it's a hugely sad loss. She was a fantastic advocate and my thoughts are with her family at the moment. My Lords, I welcome and support this bill and would like to thank my noble friend for his leadership in bringing this to us. But it is a bill that's making changes and is designed for the adult system. Children and young people are excluded from these positive changes as it stands and potentially have to spend longer in custody and with poorer results as a result. And this is what often seems to happen, an example of the way the rights of children in custody can often appear to be sidelined in a way that is less likely in the adult secure estate. And while not included in this bill, reform to the youth justice system is urgent, and for the young people involved and wider society, that is the case. And I wish to make my remarks this evening about those that aren't included, but also the changes needed. The starting point, of course, is that there have been huge gains in the state of youth justice in this country over recent years. We should be pleased that the number of children in custody has been falling for many years, and now less than 500 young people in custody. Too many, of course, but 500. And let's make sure that we can do all we can to make sure that those numbers continue to come down and those children who are in custody are supported to leave with options and opportunities and not end up reoffending again. And while there are now fewer children in the secure estate than there were, those children who do receive custodial sentence are almost always in prison for very serious crimes of violence or harm. And we need to look at why they got there, how it came about, what went wrong, and could we have prevented it? And the answer is almost always yes, we could. When I've met young people in the secure estate, many have told me about the missed opportunities that could have diverted them away from becoming involved in crime or serious violence. They talk about the experiences that made them particularly vulnerable to exploitation and put them at the higher risk of harm, and many have very similar stories to tell. Over 3/4 of children in the youth custody were persistently or severely absent from school, and more than half of those were out of education at least one academic year before moving into the secure estate. 1/4 of children in youth justice had been permanently excluded while at school, and over 1/3 of all children in custody grew up in the top 10 poorest areas of the country. The signs are all there, the alarm bells. Neurodivergent children, those excluded from mainstream school, are disproportionately likely to be in custodial settings. And when you look at looked after children, they have long been overrepresented in the youth justice system, with more than half of looked after children born in 1994 receiving a criminal conviction by the age of 24, compared to just 13% for those that had not been in care. That's 52%. That's the number that we should really take note of. Often those young people are not getting the advice, support, or the conditions that could support them to thrive and to rehabilitate. The COVID pandemic revealed a system that is frequently not child-centred, with children spending very little time out of their cells, in-person visits stopped, and children in custody not included in the vulnerable list to be eligible for face-to-face education. And when I was Children's Commissioner, I saw just how the justice system so often focused on adults, with young people often seeming to be bolted on as an afterthought. And I found that at every stage of a child's journey through the criminal justice system, opportunities were being missed to get to the root causes of offending, to put children's best interests at the heart of the response. We need to improve that significantly, and we should be ambitious and impatient for that reform. There's much to do on reducing the numbers of children on remand. Nearly half the proportion of children held in custody are on remand, a figure that's doubled over the last 10 years. Yet almost 2/3 of children on remand do not subsequently go on to receive a custodial sentence. And there's urgent remand too needed in the YOA system to reform, to rehabilitate, to educate, and to reintegrate. 1 in 3 go on to reoffend, with reoffenders committing 4 further offences on average, the highest rate in 10 years. And a cost to the taxpayer and the new victims of crime are, of course, high. Now, I know my noble friend and the Minister McAllister at the DFE and Minister Richards at the MOJ want to do everything they can to drive down these numbers, and I'll support them however I can. So I hope the fact that young people aren't included in the bill means that there will be other opportunities to push forward on these urgent reforms that are needed in the youth justice system, needed across prevention, remand and rehabilitation. Otherwise, I think there's a risk that children be placed at an even greater disadvantage. There are parts of the bill that could provide springboards for reforming the youth justice system if applied. For example, the new progression measures allowing people to be released after serving 1/3 of their sentence if they refrain from poor behaviour should be applied. There's no reason a child should serve more of the same sentence as an adult. And any future measures for the youth justice system should focus on rebalancing resources from crisis to intervention, a clear plan to tackle the cumulative impacts of racial inequalities, the problems set out so succinctly by the current Lord Chancellor in the Lamy Review still exist and still demand action. A comprehensive long-term strategy for keeping children safe and ensuring that custody is a last resort, and that when children are in the secure estate, their rights and dignities are not forgotten. And a greater force on preventing reoffending through boosting skills and education in the secure estate. We can't expect young people who've committed very serious crimes to slot back in society without supporting them to succeed and tackling the root causes of their actions. After all, we are a country that believes in holding people to account for their actions, while also providing most with a second chance, the possibility to thrive and to be active citizens who contribute to society again. Let's not miss that opportunity to do so for those young people in the youth justice system.
Yeah.
rise to largely welcome what the government is attempting with this bill, and to say to the Minister involved, I wish him all the luck in the world, because this is a tough nut to crack, and I do believe he approaches it from the right point of view, with a real passion and understanding and a focus on rehabilitation. So when I come to my comments, I need him to take them in that spirit. But before I get onto that, I just would like to associate myself with comments made about Baroness Newlove. She will be sorely missed. She was a warm, welcoming and a champion for the victim. Before I go into my comments, I just want to address some of the things that I feel have come up in the chamber today, some sentiments I think I'm picking up. I've been in youth and community work for over 35 years now, and there seems to be a notion that criminals are victims. I want to caution the Minister, particularly around poor communities, talking to those communities as if criminals are victims, because what will happen is you get a poor community that have had all the challenges that those criminals have had and displayed none of that behaviour. So when you're at home asking yourself, why are the public so mean when it comes to rehabilitation or punishment? For poorer communities, that is why. They've had all those troubles, behaved the way they did properly, and don't seem to be receiving the same support as criminals. I just want you to bear that in mind. That's very important. My own youth and community work really focused for a long time on gang work, and that's why tagging, electronic monitoring, whatever you want to call it, we really do need a strategy. When you talk about tagging, when you talk about county lines, this could be a vital tool in keeping some young children safe. Many years ago, I joined my local gang to break it up, and I wore a tag to see what it was like as an experience. I showed it to the young people I was with, and they scattered. And then one boy came back to me in the morning. This was a 13-year-old boy. He'd said something so profound to me, I've never forgotten it. He said to me, crime needs privacy. The tag breaks that privacy. So we really should look at using that tactic, but it has to have some kind of meaningful plan behind it. We can't just give them out like Smarties. We've talked about the acceptance of community orders, etc. There's three sets of people who you need to accept them. Yes, the public, yes, parliamentarians and the system, but also criminals. The single biggest driver of crime is the idea that you've gotten away with it. And if they're seen as a soft touch, they can be used as a recruitment tool. I can imagine a conversation where my local recruiter, I won't use the colloquial term, it's not polite language, will say to young people, you're only going to get a community sentence, don't worry about it. It's very important that we make sure criminals see it as an imposition, not just that we've made the lovies in comfortable parts of the country feel good about it. That is very, very important. The last thing I want to say before I go on to some of my other comments is about responsibility. I have worked with children who've done some of the most heinous things possible for a person, and I've also worked with children, the larger number by far, who've been involved in what I would call antisocial behaviour. The key thing missing from that conversation, and for adults particularly, not just children, is the word responsibility. If you look at the Minister's own work, what he and his family have done is actually given people an opportunity to take responsibility. That has to be some of the conversation we have with people, particularly repeat offenders, about their own behaviour. They are acting irresponsibly against their own best wishes and against their community. If that's not part of the conversation, you'll never convince the public that we are doing the right thing by trying to rehabilitate people, not just punish them. Regrettably, here in London, we have had a huge rise in crime. Overall Met Police recording of crime has gone up by almost a third. Knife crime, something I've seen blight communities, black and white, rich and poor, because of the fear it generates, has gone up by 86% in the capital. Yeah, something needs to be done about that. Only 5% of robberies were solved in the capital last year. That generates the idea that lawlessness is what's happening on our street. It must be nipped in the bud. I want to talk about tool theft. Tool theft and the theft of expensive farm gear is very important, because if you come from a community that is striving, when tools are stolen, it sends the ideas those who are trying are fools, those who are committing crime are onto something. That's why it's very important that tool theft in particular and farm Equipment First as well is really drilled down on. It sends a message that the striving, because the antidote to poverty is not welfare, it is work. So the idea that people in your community are trying to work is very, very important. I want to go on to shoplifting as well, because what shoplifting is doing in communities is sending the idea that there is no consequence for shoplifting. You'll speak to people who will actually tell you that. Shop owners have no confidence that the police have the resources or the desire to go after shoplifters. Customer theft losses in this country have topped 2.2 billion last year. That is a record amount, and it has a ripple effect, not only for our businesses, but also in the communities as well. And this is compounded with the effective decriminalisation of shoplifting through the imminent sentencing bill, in which short sentences will effectively be banned. Now, technically that might be incorrect, but I tell you on the street, that's how it's being read. I have great sympathy for what the minister's trying to do with short sentences. I dealt with many young people who went to prison and it basically was a college of crime, and they came back with a much better idea than the one they left with. But what is the consequence for low-level crime? What is the consequence for shoplifting? That really has to be brought home to the public. Again, I go back to my theme. If we're going to convince the public that rehabilitation and community, dealing with your crime in the community is a worthwhile thing to pursue, things like shoplifting are going to have to seem like they have some kind of consequence. So I'll ask the Minister again, what is the consequence? How will we be telling that to the public? There is a consequence for that, what many people consider a low-level crime. The release of criminals partway through their sentences also poses a significant threat to society. After just over a year, this government has freed 26,000 criminals. Where are they? Whose house are they living in? What effect are they having on your community? Now, in my new place where I live, I don't see them where I come from. What effect are they having there? You cannot just push these people out into communities. They might not be your communities, but they are mine. And they send the notion that crime is something you've got away with, or are they committing more crime? We've got to look at the effect of putting these people into particular communities. If we were releasing them into Belgravia, that would be one thing, but that isn't where we're releasing them to. The government's own impact assessment says that this bill will only reduce demand for prison places by 7,500. Now, I know that isn't a big figure. I welcome any reduction, but if we're going to say to the public, the motivation for this bill is that we want to reduce prison places we've lost before we begun. We need to say to the public the motivation for this bill is to reduce crime on the street, to make you safer, to cut reoffending, not to free up prison places, because that simply does not wash. And if you doubt me, go to your local chip shop, go to the pub, have a conversation, bring that up and see what the response is. In responding to the sentencing bill, the Victims Commissioner for England and Wales, my noble friend Baroness Newlove, the late Baroness Newlove, she made this statement: continual adjustments to sentencing through emergency release schemes have eroded public confidence. Any new sentencing framework must, above all, deliver public safety. I agree with that analysis, and so will the public. Please, could the Minister tell us how he's going to display that to the public to show that this is a worthwhile thing to pursue? The other problem, of course, is our police services, the confidence of those services to carry out their job. Many police officers feel like they're under a witch hunt, and if they use the powers they have, they will end up losing their job. That is devastating for poor communities who need the police to act with confidence in order to keep them safe. It's very, very, very important. We're about to lose 1,300 officers across the country. Here in London, we're about to lose 2,000 police officers and police staff. That could have a detrimental effect on the Metropolitan Police's ability to just police the capital. It's very important that the bill addresses these issues around the finances, the resources that the police have in order to just carry this out in the first place. But I want to end on this notion. I want to go back to it so the Minister really holds it in. The single biggest driver to crime is the idea that people will get away with it. Whatever we decide on in this House, we must send a strong message that you're not getting away with it. We are rehabilitating the system that deals with you, but you are not getting away with it. If the government misses that trick, then we'll just be right back to where we were in the beginning.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Lord Bailey, and I join others in the House paying tribute to Baroness Newlove. Like Baroness Chakrabarti, I was very taken with my noble and learned friend, Lord Burnet of Malden, saying that lengthening sentences doesn't necessarily improve reoffending. I think it's quite an interesting thought. Now, my Lords, I'm not a lawyer, rather like Lord Moylan, but I have retained an interest in sentencing and imprisonment, following many years as a trustee of the Koestler Trust, which puts arts into prisons. And the whole purpose of this is to give prisoners access to self-expression through the arts and music, which in turn enables a degree of hope. Hope, my Lords. Now, that's a very important word to which I'm going to return. There are two matters which I particularly would like to address, and the first, perhaps not surprisingly given what I've just said, is IPP, which in some cases simply precludes hope. Now, though he is making no changes to IPP in this bill, I am nevertheless very grateful to the noble Lord, the Minister, for his attention to this, and I detect a genuine concern and a desire to improve the situation. And that, of course, is as it should be, because when a legal expert like the late and much missed Lord Brown of Eton under Hayward, who Viscount Hailsham referred to, when he was moved to declare IPP as the greatest single stain on the British judicial system, we need to sit up and take note. The Howard League, as we also heard, recommended a change in parole board practice so that it sets a definite date for the release of each prisoner within a 2-year window, and then specifies what the prisoner must accomplish with professional support to achieve that. The noble Lord, Lord Woodley, convincingly advocated a resentencing policy to which I was greatly attracted and still am. Now, the IP sentence was introduced by the former Labour government in 2003. Supposedly to protect the public from dangerous offenders. It was, in effect, a life sentence for those who have not committed serious offences like murder that would usually attract a life sentence. The sentence was abolished by the former coalition government in 2012, but the abolition did not apply to those who were already serving the sentence, as we've heard. Over a decade after the sentence's abolition, some 2,422 prisoners are still shamefully languishing in custody under the sentence. The UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Dr. Alice Edwards, has described the IPP as an inhumane punishment that often amounts to psychological torture. Now, if noble lords feel that that's an overdramatic description, I invite them to imagine themselves in the same position. You're behind bars, you can make no progress, and you have no hope of getting out. That's an intolerable situation. I'd like to turn now to joint enterprise, which has not really been mentioned in the bill, but which I and many others think should be. There's been growing alarm over Crown Prosecution Service data from organisations like Liberty, showing that black people are disproportionately prosecuted under joint enterprise, and that a 2016 Supreme Court ruling that the law had been wrongly implemented for more than 30 years has had no discernible impact on the number of prosecutions. In her report, Nisha Waller said, "Joint enterprise is unjustifiably vague and wide in scope. Law reform will not eradicate institutional racism and broad issues with police and prosecution practice. However, the current law encourages the overcharging of suspects and allows cases to be propelled forward based on poor quality evidence. Prosecutors are then left to fill the gaps with speculative case theories and often racialized narratives from which juries are invited to infer joint responsibility. I'm sure we can all imagine a young boy under the influence and maybe in fear of older peers, feeling he must follow his comrades without fully realizing the implications of what is happening. And I would be very interested to know from the Minister if he feels there is equality proportionate to culpability in cases of joint enterprise, and should this not form part of the sentencing bill? Finally, may I just say that I'm very sympathetic to those who've argued that prisoners convicted of domestic abuse or those from stalking and recalled will not have thrown off that behaviour, and particularly obsession, after 56 days. I think that's a really important point.
My Lords, I start by expressing my sadness, along with that of so many others in the House, at the death of the noble Lady Baroness Newlove, whose heartfelt commitment and hard work for victims have been quite outstanding. My Lords, I also thank the noble Lord the Minister for his opening and his work on this bill. It is a tribute to him that he, with the enlightened and evidence-based backing of David Gauke and his team, has had the courage to champion and introduce these reforms to sentencing aimed at reducing reoffending. The urgency of this bill has indeed flowed from the prison capacity crisis, which this government inherited from the Conservative government, whose responsibility, I'm bound to say, was surprisingly not acknowledged by the noble Lord Sandhurst in his criticisms of the bill and his call for severity. The reality is that we imprison far too many people in this country for far too long, way more than many other Western European nations, and there is no evidence of a reduction in reoffending rates as a result. As analysed by the noble and learned Lord Burnett, we've persisted in increasing sentence lengths by legislating both for longer overall sentences and for longer periods served, but also by a general sentence inflation, possibly in response to political, public and media pressure. The noble Lords Lord Barr, Baroness Chakrabarti and Lord Carter captured this well in their critique of the regrettable toughness contest between political parties. The noble and learned Lord Thomas of Cumgeath put it into a historical context with his story of past severe judges being seen now as softies. Then the number of remand prisoners has increased, as Lord Hastings pointed out, and we've recently seen a record number of prisoners recalled for breach of release conditions, 15% higher in the second quarter of this year than in the same quarter last year. Yet the reality is that prison often does far more harm than good, and that's particularly true of short sentences. And where we can, we should be relying instead on effective and well-resourced community sentences, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, argued in her principled speech, supported in large part by the noble Lord Hastings. But many of our prisons have been bad at rehabilitation, under-resourced, overcrowded and understaffed, with the toxic cocktail of failings rehearsed today and regularly in previous debates in this House, including too many prisoners in cells filled beyond capacity, prisoners locked in their cells often for 22 to 23 hours per day with very little purposeful activity, shortages of vocational and educational training, and too few staff to manage the courses there are. An epidemic of drug abuse fueled by widespread drug trading, often involving, sadly, corrupt staff. Prisoners, adults and young people with serious mental health and addiction issues, as well as the literacy, educational and social difficulties discussed by the noble Lady Baroness Longfield, all going unaddressed. appalling violence within our prisons. The MOJM Prison Service reported in June increases over the last year alone of 11% in assaults by prisoners on other prisoners and of 13% in assaults on staff, attributed in their report directly to overcrowding. Persistently squalid conditions in many prisons, with inadequate, cancelled or deferred maintenance programmes. Of course, as my noble friend Lord Beith said, the criticisms we make do not apply to all prisons. Many of our prisons are of high quality, innovative and motivational, but a successful prison service would ensure that all institutions met those standards. In spite of all this, I accept the noble Lord the Minister's overall characterisation of the commitment and performance of prison staff as incredible. But against a history and background of low morale, there are still too many who fall badly short of that characterisation, and their wrongdoing needs to be exposed and tackled. However, this bill recognises that reducing reoffending depends crucially upon rehabilitation and upon the probation service. It is worth remembering the massive cost of reoffending, estimated to account for more than half of the overall costs of crime in the UK, an annual cost of between 18 and more than £23 billion, even without the costs to the state of housing and social care for the families of offenders. My Lord, central to the success of this bill and the government in its aims will be resourcing the probation service. The government plans, as we've heard, to recruit 13,000 more probation officers by March next year, and is allocating an additional £700 million to the probation service by 2028. However, we are concerned, seriously concerned, that these figures do not add up, as my noble friend Lord Foster explained in detail. Lord Bach and others expressed the same doubts. Do the figures take into account three areas of extra costs arising from this bill? More tagging, implementation of the presumption against immediate short sentences, and extra supervision of early release on the earned progression model. My Lords, we welcome the presumption against short sentences. We've been calling for this for many years in the light of consistent evidence that such sentences increase rather than reduce reoffending. It is to be hoped that supervision of suspended sentences, together with conditions such as treatment conditions imposed by the courts, will lead to a targeted approach to rehabilitation and to addressing the individual difficulties of offenders in achieving rehabilitation within their communities, described by the noble Lady Baroness Porter. Suspension of sentences for 3 years rather than 2 should assist in this process. But more suspended sentences should not, as the noble Lady Baroness Prashar argued, reduce the making of community orders where prison sentences are not warranted. We also welcome the introduction of the earned progression model recommended by the Gork Review for standard determinate sentences. We recognise the perhaps surprisingly beneficial influence of the Texas model. This represents a logical, sensible and above all transparent approach to early release to replace the emergency, indiscriminate SDS 40 arrangement. But for the new system to work well and fairly, training and education in prison must be made more universally available. We would argue that there should be better rehabilitative programmes for prisoners on remand, as well as for sentenced prisoners, and we will introduce an amendment to that effect. The introduction of a recorded finding of domestic abuse in the sentencing of a relevant offender is a reform for which my honourable friend Josh Babarindi campaigned in the House of Commons. And this should enable victims and subsequent partners of domestic abusers to be better protected from past perpetrators. We also applaud the overdue recognition of the interests of victims as a factor in the purposes of sentencing. On the question of the Sentencing Council, we fully agree with points widely made by my noble friend Lord Beith, the noble and learned Lord Burnett, Baroness Chakrabarti, Viscount Eccles and others. We regard the Sentencing Council as performing a valuable and independent function in providing advice to sentences. Nor do we see the Sentencing Council's work as undermining the constitutional role of Parliament in sentencing policy, as this bill and this debate so clearly demonstrate. So we will seek to amend the proposal in Clause 19 to subject sentencing guidelines to a veto by the Lord Chief Justice and the Lady Chief Justice and the Lord Chancellor, which is an unwarranted restriction on the independence of the Sentencing Council. My Lords, we have specific concerns on the recall provisions in Clause 29 of the bill. Effectively, the bill would introduce an automatic recall of 56 days for most prisoners recalled to prison. For less serious breaches, 56 days is a long time, and as the Noble Lady Baroness Jones pointed out, such recalls may cost offenders their accommodation or places on treatment programmes or the like, and we will seek to amend this. My noble friend Lord Beith mentioned our regret that the bill does not commit to a resentencing of IPP prisoners. And I agreed with the tenor of speeches on IPP from the noble Lords Viscount Hailsham, Lord Moylan, Lord Woolley, Baroness Maclean, Lord Berkeley of Knighton, and others. The noble and learned Lord Thomas of Cumgeath made the point of principle, and he added an important point on the cost of IPPs. We also reject the notion of publicly shaming offenders undertaking unpaid work with names and photographs. It's vindictive and unhelpful, a point made by Lord Hastings. My Lords, overall, this bill is overdue in putting rehabilitation and reform first, respecting the evidence on what works in reducing crime. Along with the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester and others, we reject the Conservative front-bench characterisation of these reforms as likely to increase crime and make the streets less safe. We do stress, however, with all those who've insisted in this debate, that the success of this bill depends on providing the probation service with the support, the personnel, and the resources that it needs. Ultimately, however, the potential savings to the public purse in reducing the cost of reoffending and the burgeoning costs of the prison service could, if realised, bring great net benefit to society, financial as well as social.
My Lords, could I begin by paying my tribute to the late Baroness Newlove, not only for her contribution to this House, but for the very considerable work she did as Victims Commissioner. Could I also thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his introduction of the bill, and all noble lords for the detailed, informed, and indeed sometimes diverse opinions that they've expressed with regard to the bill. The importance of this debate is underlined by the fact that it received so little scrutiny in the other place. It was in committee for one day. For a bill so substantial and with such wide ramifications, that seems wholly inadequate. And indeed, it meant that many radical changes proposed in the bill were never even mentioned in the other place, let alone discussed or debated. So it is essential that we have the opportunity to examine the bill carefully and indeed, in some respects, forensically. Could I make a number of general observations? Is this simply an attempt to tackle overcrowding in our prison estate? I certainly hope not. And yet there was no mandate for these reforms in Labour's manifesto. There was a reference to sentencing, and it said this: even when criminals are found guilty, the sentences they receive often do not make sense either to victims or the wider public. Unquote. My Lords, will this bill improve the complexity but not the comprehension of sentencing? I fear that might be the case. And as the noble Lord Thomas of Cumgeath observed, the public must be able to comprehend that disposals such as community sentences are not only effective but also a form of punishment. And indeed, it will be important to explain that early release is in the public interest and not just a fiscal necessity. So how is that to be done, I asked the noble Lord, the Minister. I would also, as a matter of generality, express a degree of concern about the clarity of the proposed reforms and powers that are to be implemented. And in particular, I would make reference to clauses 13 to 16 and 24 of the bill that introduce or would introduce powers for the courts to forbid offenders to enter drinking establishments, to attend sports and other public events, to inhibit them from driving, or indeed even to inhibit them from leaving specified geographical areas. It's simply not clear from the terms of the bill how any or all of these measures would be implemented or enforced. So a number of questions will arise. How is that to be done? Where will the funding come from? On whose shoulders will enforcement lie? Will it be the responsibility of public houses, those in control of sporting venues or other public venues? Will they be required to ensure that their own customers are not under court orders? This will require a meaningful and effective reform, and it will require in turn a meaningful and effective debate in order that we can understand how these provisions are actually going to work in practice. And then there's the role of the courts. The bill leaves the government's stance on this somewhat unclear. Clauses 11 and 12 of the bill deal with rehabilitation activity requirements and provide that probation officers, rather than the sentencing courts, would decide on, for example, the number of days of activity that someone must complete in a community order. That effectively means that probation officers will replace the courts in the imposition of sentences for those on community orders. That transfers a crucial power and indeed an important role from the courts to the probation service, a point to which I'll return. But again, we require a degree of clarity about that. Furthermore, the bill appears to blur the government's stance on the relationship between the courts and the executive, a point addressed by the noble Lord Burton of Malden when he referred to the provision in clause 19 about there being a statutory requirement for the Sentencing Council to obtain approval from the Lord Chancellor before sentencing guidelines are issued. This does imply that the government believes that there should be a close relationship between the executive and the judiciary on the issue of sentencing. And yet, when we recently debated the Crime and Policing Bill, and concerns were expressed about sentencing for offences such as fly tipping, shoplifting and knife crime, the government response was, and I quote, "Sentencing in individual cases is a matter for our independent judiciary," unquote. Well, is it and will it be under the provisions of this bill? And more particularly, how are we to consider the provisions in clause 18 with respect to the apparent veto? It is, as again the noble Lord Burnett of Malden pointed out, somewhat opaque in its provisions. Turning on to some more specific issues, we have the end of short-term custodial sentences and the introduction or development of early release, all of which in principle may be attractive. But for example, under clauses 1 and 2, there will be a presumption that custodial sentences of 12 months or less will be suspended, except, of course, in the limited circumstances such as breaches of protection orders. Does that mean, for example, that where someone pleads guilty at the first opportunity and gets a remission in their sentence, that someone who would have received a sentence of 18 months but is to receive a sentence of 12 months will then find themselves with a suspended sentence? In other words, does this presumption apply not only in respect of custodial sentences of 12 months, but those up to 18 months. And I would welcome the Noble Lord the Minister's response on that. It's estimated that the implementation of these provisions would mean that about 40,000 criminals would avoid prison entirely. But for what, one may ask? The purpose of sentencing is not purely punitive, but is there to protect the public from repeat and violent offenders. And as many noble lords observed, rehabilitation and community orders are essentially resource-based. The noble Lord Foster of Bath put the matter very pithily when he said you need the means to achieve the ends. Is the Minister confident that this bill is going to provide the means to the end? And I bear in mind the way in which the Treasury often regards the Ministry of Justice and its role as one of the orphan children of government. There is a considerable barrier for the noble Lord to overcome in that respect. And when we go on to early release, Clause 20 will reduce that to 1/3 of the original sentence. And I acknowledge that if we go back to 1967, there were similar provisions in place, albeit the test was quite significantly different to the one that is being proposed in this bill. But of course, if we have such early release, how are we going to accommodate the police estimate that this could lead to a 6% increase in overall crime, or approximately an additional 396,000 offences per year, the vast majority of which, of course, involve reoffending by those who've been released from prison. We are liable to find ourselves in a cycle of release and recall unless we're very careful. And the noble Lord Hastings of Scarisbrooke made clear why that cycle can only be broken by effective rehabilitation. And again, I repeat the noble Lord Foster of Bath's observation, you need the means to achieve the ends. Where is the means? Can it be explained? I'm also concerned that there may be a somewhat inconsistent messaging from the government. The government recently expressed outrage that criminals such as Hadush Kibatu were at large on the streets. And yet, under this bill, offenders of his type who received a 12-month sentence would be at large on the streets. Can the government clarify whether it's genuinely committed to including those convicted of such offences in this scheme? It seems that their position is the community is capable of accommodating such offenders, but it can only possibly accommodate them if there is in place effective probation services. And again, it's a case of requiring the means in order to achieve the ends. Lords, there is also a risk, I suggest, that this bill simply sends the wrong message to repeat offenders. The presumption against short custodial sentences may appear to have merit, but it does remove a vital deterrent to repeat offending, particularly in low-level crimes, antisocial behaviour, theft, particularly retail theft, domestic violence, and other cases of stalking and harassment. And very often, such so-called minor crimes are the precursors to more serious offending. So short sentences can play an important role as an intervention and as a deterrent against that sort of persistent and repeat offending. And has that been properly taken into account when considering the use of non-custodial or suspended sentences in so many of those cases? There is a risk that essentially we're sending the wrong message to repeat offenders, and indeed, as one noble lord observed, we may also be sending the wrong message to very young offenders who may believe that the future holds no risk of imprisonment if they engage in what is regarded or they're persuaded to believe is low-level criminality. Can I then move on to suggest that the bill might involve potential overreach for the probation service itself, and is certainly going to place considerable burdens on that service. Clauses 1 and 2, clauses 20 to 23, deal with the issue of short custodial sentences being replaced by non-custodial sentences, and 20 to 23 with early release, all of which is going to increase the burden on the probation services. But then clauses 11 and 12, with respect to rehabilitation, will require probation officers to sentence offenders to the number of days they must complete. Clause 34 will enable probation officers to reduce the number of unpaid works an offender must complete. I'll come back to these provisions in a moment, but all of these clauses require officers to manage, supervise, and monitor a very large number of offenders who will have avoided custody or have been released early under the bill. There are, of course, provisions for the probation reset to help or assist a struggling probation service. But when we look at the financial impact assessment, it could at best be described as opaque. We're told that in some instances there will be a modest increase in the cost of services and that the remaining have not been calculated. But probation officers will be expected to take on these new tasks, and the question arises as to whether they are going to be equipped financially, apart from anything else, to take those on. But there's also perhaps a more fundamental constitutional issue to be considered here. If probation officers are going to take on these judicial-type responsibilities, which are being transferred potentially without corresponding investment in training or supervision, where is that going to lead us? Unlike sentencing decisions taken in open court, these apparently administrative terminations will occur without transparency, without oversight, and it would appear without any form of appeal mechanism. The government has not provided any mechanism to ensure that these decisions are monitored, audited, or even transparently reported. And I pick up the point made by the noble Lord Hastings of Scarisbrooke about there being room for very material error where you impose these obligations on staff who are potentially under-resourced, under-trained, and unable to, with any certainty, determine how they're going to perform these new functions, which were or are to be regarded as at least quasi-judicial functions. That does represent, I suggest, a major constitutional shift in the balance of responsibility between the judiciary and the executive. And has the Minister thought that through and considered the operational pressures that this is actually going to impose on the probation service? Finally, and very briefly, and with apologies for being over time, can I acknowledge the point about IPP sentences? As a matter of principle, they cannot be maintained. The onus placed on this small cohort is one that is placed on no other prisoner in the prison estate. And it is one which they will struggle time and time to overcome, because we have now reduced that cohort to perhaps the least able to meet the requirements that we presently place on them with regard to the probation, the question of how they are to be dealt with when they come to seek release. I don't offer a solution to that. I'm well aware myself that the need for a solution has dogged government after government, but we cannot wait another 8 years to see this play out. And I invite the Minister to consider very seriously whether it should be a matter addressed in this bill. Thank you.
My Lords, it's my pleasure to close the second reading debate of this vital bill. And I thank Noble Lords for their contributions during today's debate and those who have spoken to me privately. I'll attempt to answer as many questions as possible, but what I do not cover, I will follow up in writing. And could also thank the noble and learned Lord Keane for your speech. And yes, this bill is about prison capacity, but it's also about how we can reform the system so it's sustainable, affordable, and it works, so we get fewer victims and a real focus on rehabilitation. I'll turn first to the issue of IPP sentences. And I want to acknowledge that many noble and learned lords have raised the subject today. And I think it's important that their concerns are raised and are discussed today. But also, this government is determined to make further progress towards a safe and sustainable release for those serving the IPP sentence, but not in a way that undermines public protection. And I'd also just like to put on record my thanks to the noble and learned Lord Thomas for his work with noble and learned Lord Garnier on recall and what we are still learning from that work. The IPP Action Plan has contributed to the overall reduction in the IPP population over the last 12 months. As the Prison Reform Trust has said, we are seeing modest but welcome progress. For example, the unreleased prison population has reduced by around 14% to 946 people in September 2025. And after 3 years of quarterly increases, the recalled IPP prison population has fallen in every quarter for the last 2 years, from 1,652 people to 1,476 as of the 30th of September this year. We've implemented changes to reduce the qualifying period for referral of an IPP sentence to the parole board and introduced a provision for automatic licence termination. These changes have reduced the number of people serving IPP sentences in the community by around 2/3. The revised action plan, published on the 17th of July, sets out where we intend to go further, including increasing access to release on temporary licence, expanding the approved premises pilot to improve resettlement support, and enabling swift re-release following recall through risk-assessed recall review when it is safe and appropriate to do so. And I'm determined to do all we can to support the remaining IPP offenders and their families. And I'm confident that our efforts will further benefit the IPP cohort. I will continue to engage with noble lords, and I will continue to focus on developing new ways and improving existing plans to help IPPers have successful parole hearings and to see fewer IPP recalls. My door is open, and I look forward to our next peers meeting. I shall now turn to the points that noble lords have raised regarding the proposals in the bill. Let me start with the earned progression model, which was raised by noble lords, including the noble and learned Lord Burnett and noble and learned Lord Thomas. I must begin by being clear of the context in which the government has introduced these measures. The prison population is still rising too fast, and we simply cannot build our way out of the capacity crisis. Our new progression model, inspired by Texas and recommended by David Gorg, sets a minimum release point of 1/3 for those serving standard determinate sentences, which currently have an automatic release of 40 or 50%. For certain sexual and violent offences, the minimum will be 50%. But the most dangerous offenders, those on extended determinate sentences and life sentences, will be unaffected by the measures in this bill and will remain in prison for as long as they do now. And following the changes in this bill, there will still be more criminals in prison than ever before. Under the progression model, if they play by the rules, prisoners can earn an early release. If not, they can be locked up for longer, up to the end of their sentence. So, if someone receives a 6-year standard determinate sentence and they behave badly, they can serve that full 6 years in prison. And while I've heard the issues the noble lords have raised, including the noble Lord Sandhurst and the noble Baroness Prasher, it is essential that this model can be implemented quickly and effectively through the established process for punishing bad behaviour and rule breaches in prison. And I was pleased to hear my noble friend Lord Bucks welcoming about the progression model, and also to Baroness Prasher and Lord Carter. But I would like to reassure Noble Lords that I've spent a lot of time already discussing how the progression model will work. And whilst it is not an exact mirror of the Texas model, because of the capacity issues and the complexities it could create, essentially in the prison environment, you go up the hill. So for bad behaviour, you stay in prison for longer. Whereas in probation, you go down the hill. So the quicker you do your community service, the quicker you finish your responsibility. We know this needs to be tough, and that's why we're doubling the maximum punishment of added time from 42 to 84 days per incident. And the Noble Baroness Chakrabarti and Baroness Prasher quite rightly brought up the subject of adjudications. And again, that is something that I'm looking into, because you are quite right, it needs to be absolutely robust and fair. A number of Noble Lords have raised short sentences, and the Noble Lord Keane, Lord Sandhurst, Lord Marks, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, and other Noble Lords. And it's an important point. We are not abolishing short sentences. Judges will always have the power to send offenders to prison where they've breached a court order and where there is a significant risk of physical or psychological harm to a particular individual or in exceptional circumstances. Around 60% of adults sentenced for under a year reoffend within 12 months. And I think a number of Noble Lords recited similar facts about the ineffectiveness of short sentences. This is unacceptably high for victims and the public, and the evidence shows that those given a community order or suspended sentence reoffend less than similar offenders given a short prison sentence. We're following the evidence to reduce crime, leading to fewer victims and safer communities, and I'm also following the lead of the previous government who introduced this measure in their sentencing bill. I've heard the points raised about the impact of these changes and the impact on victims. And I want to reassure Noble Lords, including Baroness McLean of Redditch, about that victims are at the heart of this bill. First and foremost, we are failing victims if prisons run out of places entirely and crime goes without punishment. For me, victims must always come first, and we will be publishing the VORG strategy shortly. We're imposing tough restriction zones that limit the movement of offenders instead of limiting the movement of victims. And we are creating a new domestic abuse flag at sentencing so that domestic abusers are known to prison and probation services and their victims are better protected. And we remain steadfast in our commitment to halve violence against women and girls within a decade. In addition to the measure in this bill, we are continuing the provision of free sentencing remarks to victims of rape and sex offences and expanding the use of specialist domestic abuse courts with trained staff to support victims and more coordinated management of offenders. I will now turn to the points that the Noble Lords have raised about probation capacity and how the reforms in the bill are being delivered. And what is clear from by far the majority of speeches today, that Noble Lords are well aware of both the pressure on probation, but also that when you get this right, how powerful it is and how fantastic the staff are. And that is why I think we are, over the coming committee stage, I suspect we will be drilling deeply into how the probation proposals work and to what we can do to make sure that they are robust. The probation service is an indispensable part of the criminal justice system that keeps us safe, but the last decade has been a very challenging time. We've already taken significant steps to focus resources on the highest risk and prolific offenders where the evidence shows probation can have the greatest impact. And early this year, we announced a package of measures to rebuild the probation service. By the final year of the spending review, our annual £1.6 billion spend on probation and community services will rise by up to £700 million, a 45% increase. As was clear in the Gork review, the third sector has a key role to play. We are indebted to so many wonderful organisations who are integral to the work of probation, and I agree that the longer-term funding models are the direction of travel I'd like to see. While the detailed allocations of that money are to be finalised, I can say that my priorities are clear. More people in post, digital investment that saves time, and tools for probation to use, from increasing tagging to rehabilitation, so that offenders can have a chance to turn their lives around. This will make the job of our probation staff more manageable and more rewarding. And I'm hopeful for further conversations with Noble Lords to give more clarity on probation funding in the days ahead. Recruitment and retention and training of staff are high priorities for the probation service, and the Right Reverend Prelate is clearly aware we need to ensure we have sufficient workforce to safely supervise and manage people in the community. This bill includes several measures, like welcoming the removal of post-sentence supervision, the introduction of a new probation requirement, and the termination of community orders once an offender has completed their sentence plan. These will streamline processes, enable probation to focus their efforts on those who pose the highest risk, and incentivise offenders to engage with rehabilitation. And the theme of incentivisation is something that I feel very passionately about. Having run a business, how I incentivise colleagues on the front line in shops to serve customers well, I do believe, and I see it across the criminal justice system, that offenders genuinely, not all, but many offenders respond to the right incentive at the right time in their in their time in prison or probation. And we've gone further since its introduction. The Deputy Prime Minister recently announced an expansion of Justice Transcribe, equipping 1,000 more probation officers with a technology that cuts the administration and ensures staff can spend more time with doing the thing they do best, which is working with offenders face to face to turn their lives around. And we want to go further with this too. Speaking to probation staff who've been engaging with Justice Transcribe, they call it a game changer and something they've been crying out for years. It's an important part of our plan to modernise the service, and a range of further digital and process improvements will transform the way probation staff work and ensure they can spend more of the time doing the things that they love doing. And I'm confident that our overall package of investment, continued recruitment and modernisation, puts us on a path to ensuring the sustainability of the service for the long term. I will continue to work closely with the Deputy Prime Minister to that end, and I'd be delighted to meet with Noble Lords, Noble and Learned Lord Thomas, to talk about a country that's dear to my heart and I can see from my house, Wales. I will now turn to electronic monitoring, a crucial means of managing offenders safely in the community. And I thank Noble Lords, including Lord Foster, Baroness Porter, and Lord Bailey of Paddington. And could I mention to the Noble Lord, you may not remember many years ago, we met at number 10. And I'd be delighted to carry on the conversations we had then, which followed a very strong theme of your speech today. The evidence is clear. Tagging works. It provides clear and reliable proof of an individual's whereabouts and behaviour. A recent study found that curfew tags reduce reoffending by 20% as part of a community sentence. Since their introduction in 2020, alcohol monitoring tags show no tamper and no alcohol consumed on 97% of the days worn as part of the community sentence. There are currently around 20,000 people on tags, and we will increase this by up to 22,000 across court bail, community sentences and prison leavers, with many subject to curfews and exclusion zones. A number of Noble Lords raised the subject of the Sentencing Council, including Lord Beath, Noble and Learned Lord Thomas, Baroness Brasher, Baroness Chakrabarty and Viscount Eccles. The judicial independence in making the sentencing decisions is a fundamental constitutional principle. The government has an important duty to secure public confidence in our criminal justice system, and ministers are responsible for that, and it is that balance we seek to strike in arrangements for the Sentencing Council. We shall return to this in detail at the committee stage. The issue of youth sentencing was raised strongly by my noble friend Baroness Longfield. There are, and always should be, substantial differences in how children are treated in law compared to adults. The youth sentencing system must strike a right balance between public protection and the principles of justice, while accounting for children's lesser maturity and protecting their welfare. This is why we will be reviewing the position on youth sentencing separately in light of the changes the bill introduces. I will now turn briefly to other points that have been raised during the debate. The removal of remand for someone's own protection does not form part of the remand measures in the sentencing bill. As my noble friend Baroness Chakrabarty is aware, the mental health bill proposes to end the use of remand for someone's own protection, where the primary concern is the defendant's mental health. I'm open to hearing more on the general removal of remand for own protection. The Noble Lord Sandhurst raised concerns about Clause 11 of the bill. The clause does not remove the court's sentencing powers. It is ultimately up to the court to determine whether to include this requirement when making a suspended sentence order or community order. Probation officers assess each individual's risks and needs after sentencing. They're currently responsible for determining the volume of supervision required, and as such, are best placed to determine how many rehabilitative activities will be most effective. That is why this clause removes the court's set activity days. This ensures that we resource it. The writing is getting rather small here. This ensures resources are used where they have the greatest impact in reducing reoffending and protecting the public. And my noble, the Noble Lord Sandhurst and Baroness Jones of Molescombe raised recall. My Noble Lord, recall is and will remain an important risk management tool to protect the public and victims. We're going further than the review's recommendations to introduce important safeguards. To protect the public and victims, certain offenders can only receive a standard recall. These offenders will only be re-released by the Secretary of State or the Parole Board before the end of their sentence if they meet the statutory release test. And a number of noble lords, including the Noble Lord Beath, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, and my noble friend Baroness Chakrabarti have raised concerns about Clause 35. My lords, I'm sure we can agree that people who commit crimes should show they're giving back to society. Let me assure you that careful consideration is being given to how this is implemented and how wider impacts can be mitigated. On the Noble Lord Foster, I'm keen to discuss gambling and how we support addiction generally in the community. It's something that I'm very passionate about too. And I'd be delighted to meet with the Noble Lord Berkeley of Knighton to discuss joint enterprise with my colleague, Minister Alex Davis-Jones, as it's her area of expertise in the Ministry of Justice. This has been a wide debate, and I bow to the experience and expertise in the Chamber today. I and my officials will read Hansard carefully, and if I've missed anything in my response, we shall make sure to engage with your lordships and with you before and after the committee, and I look forward to that. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move the commitment motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.